The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. The word for the day is behold. It was given to me by one of your colleagues. I don't know exactly what she wanted me to say about behold, but I thought it was a great word. It's a word that's used over 1,000 times in the Old Testament. It's the Hebrew word hene, which means, look, pay attention. Something big is about to happen, or something big is about to be said. God is moving. Some of you know that my 6-month-old son at the time, Caleb, had cancer, had a brain tumor, and amidst all the questions of why would this happen to a baby, one of the things that we knew is that we were looking at things from kind of natural eyes, and my wife and I came up with the term of spiritual eyes, that we knew God's working, but we just weren't seeing it. And so we just asked that God would let us see his hand every morning, and he answered that prayer every day. And so I see that as behold, God is working. I'm going to pray that God lets you have those same spiritual eyes to see God working today. Behold him today and be encouraged. So join me in prayer as we pray about beholding. Heavenly Father, you have said throughout your word, behold, an invitation to us to see more than is immediately visible with our earthly eyes. So I'm asking that you give this house spiritual eyes today, eyes that behold your hand working, as well as your image in every person they encounter. We know that we can behold you in quiet moments and in noisy moments, in expected places and unexpected places. So I'm going to ask a very special and specific request this morning. Please, today, show yourself in a special way to each individual here in this house and to those who are listening, that we might behold you today. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Lulu Flores to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and guests in the gallery. Please stand if you're able and join us as we pledge allegiance to our U.S. and Texas flags.
Please excuse Mr. Venton Jones because of an illness on motion of Ms. Campos. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Namita Bardwaj from Friendswood as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate. The door
Admit the
pass.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 12, Keith Bell, sponsor Parker, relating to the review and audit of certain state agency operations, committee substitute amended. HB 33, McLaughlin, sponsor Flores, relating to active shooter incidents at primary and secondary school facilities and other emergencies, committee substitute. HB 34, Metcalf, sponsor Hughes, relating to
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral bills into the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Health to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet with the House in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Public Health will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We have 2 memorial recognitions. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Villalobos and I are here, and we have the family who is in the gallery. Today, we will do a recognition, and then there's going to be a memorial resolution that we're going to be passing in honor of Jared Dale Hunt of Corpus Christi. And he passed away on July 15, 2024, at 25 years old. He's the beloved son of Lisa and Jeff Hunt and a devoted brother to Carter. He was active in his faith community at Grace United Methodist Church and graduated from Calallen High School in 2017, and he was affectionately voted as Mr. Congeniality by his classmates. He was very passionate about agriculture. He raised award-winning animals at the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show and remained a loyal supporter. He earned a degree in agriculture business from Texas A&M University in 2022 and proudly wore his Aggie ring. A member of Phi Delta Theta, he also gave back through his fraternity service efforts. Though his time was very, very brief, his warmth, joy, and generous spirit is going to live on, and especially in all the hearts who knew him. And we honor his memory and extend our deepest condolences to the family. And Mr. Speaker and members, let me just kind of recognize some of the family who are here today. The parents, Jeff and Lisa Hunt, his brother Carter Hunt, sister-in-law Emily Hunt, Haven Hunt, Harry and Jerry Carter, Jennifer Lieb, Jack Hadamek, Melvin Hadamek, cousins Kylie John, Tony John, Riley John, Caitlin Lieb, Jackson Lieb, and friends of the family, Carrie Keeble and Luke Leggett. And if you all would stand in the gallery right now. Thank you, family. The state of Texas honors you. The Texas House honors you. Thank you for being here, and all memorial respects for you, your family, and your son. Thank you very much. If we could have a moment of silence.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Toth for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to honor and remember the life of an extraordinary Texan of historical significance, Mrs. Patsy Ruth Spakey. On November 9th, 2024, at the age of 82, Pat was called home to be with the Lord. Though she no longer walks with us, the warmth of her spirit remains, reflected in her legacy and the lasting impact she had made on all who were privileged to know her. It was 2012 when she came up to me at a Republican Women's Luncheon, and she said, "Have you met Jeff Leach yet?" And I said, "I have. I knew Jeff when he was just a baby. I changed his diapers." Pat was a steward of Texas legacy, a tireless storyteller, and a woman whose life was devoted to the preservation of our state's proud and complex past. She understood that better than most, that history is not just what we read in books, it's what we carry in our hearts and pass down through generations as we live it out each day. Her deep passion for Texas heritage was more than academic, it was personal. Pat was a direct descendant of Dr. Charles B. Stewart, a delegate to the convention of 1836 and a signer of the Texas Declaration of Independence, and the man credited with designing the first official flag of the Republic of Texas, the Lone Star flag, that came from the greatest county in the state of Texas, Montgomery County. This beloved symbol of Texas pride was woven into the very fabric of Pat's heritage. She didn't just Remember that legacy. She lived it, honored it with her heartfelt devotion, quiet strength, and pride that just radiated through her. Pat was rarely seen without her bright, beaming smile, and her trustworthy camera was always by her side. She was always ready to capture the meaningful moments that others might pass by. Affectionately referred to as the Texas Hat Lady, Pat was a devoted member of the Montgomery County Historical Society, where she enthusiastically shared her vast knowledge of Texas history with both students and adults, inspiring curiosity and pride in anyone that would listen. She deeply understood that to truly know where we're headed, we must honor where we've come from. Through her tireless dedication, persevering and preserving the past, she ensured that future generations would have a richer, deeper understanding of the people, stories, and spirit that makes the great state of Texas so extraordinary. With us today is her husband of 63 years, Ted Spakey. We love you, buddy. And their children and great-grandchildren that we're blessed to have with us.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So glad that y'all are here with us today. I remember meeting Pat many, many, many years ago, and at one event, whenever I got elected to the legislature, she asked me too if I knew Jeff Leach. And so I know Jeff has fond memories of her and your family, and I'll always remember Pat as just sweet, loving, kind, gentle lady, always with red lipstick on and her camera in hand, always talking about her family members. God bless you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to thank you for being here, and I just want to say that we know that in you continues the legacy of Pat, because all of the things that we hold to be true as Texans, she resonated. And you, as a family, continue to resonate that. And just want to thank you for that. Thank you for sharing her with us. As Texans, we need a lot more Pats. So thank you.
Members, I invite you to join me in honoring the life and legacy of Pat, a true daughter of a legacy and a woman whose grace, heart, and historical impact will never, ever be forgotten. May her memory live on in every life she touches, every moment that she captured, and every story that she shared, in the enduring light of the Lone Star that she so proudly helped to preserve. May God bless you guys. We love you.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we recognize the Sam Houston Austin Internship Program. Since 2012, Sam Houston Austin Internship Program has offered students a transformative opportunity to learn about state government by gaining valuable hands-on experience. This year's class of interns, and we're very proud of them standing up in the gallery, McKenna McDaniel in the office of State Representative Will Metcalf, Sarah Hope Perot in the office of State Representative J.M. Lozano, Cynthia Villarreal Carrillo in my office, State Representative Armando Martinez, Guadalupe Centeno in the office of State Representative Sempronia Thompson, Sarah Magnosia in the office of State Representative Lalani, Michelle Cardenas in Governor Greg Abbott's Legislative Affairs Office, and Sarah Isaac, who is working with the Texas Association of Counties. This and previous cohorts have generally benefited from the guidance of Mike Yon, the director of the University's Center of Law Engagement, and politics, whose unwavering commitment has played a key role in their professional development. Members, please join me in recognizing this amazing class from Sam Houston Austin Internship Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm honored to be joined with my colleague, Representative Charlene Ward Johnson, and also Senator Boris Miles, to recognize some outstanding members from the greater Houston area representing the Greater Houston Frontiers Club Day at the Capitol. The Greater Houston Frontiers Club is a nonprofit 501c3 organization dedicated to providing educational and monetary assistance to talented, underserved high school seniors in the Greater Houston, Harris County area. Founded on the principles of service, leadership, and excellence, the Greater Houston Frontiers Club is a beacon of hope and opportunity in the Harris County area. Modeled after Dr. Martin Luther King's outstanding philosophy of service, Greater Houston Frontiers Club mission is to uplift and empower individuals of all backgrounds, providing them the support and resources they need to thrive. Since 1985, the Greater Houston Frontiers Club has made a profound impact in the Houston community and has awarded over 800 scholarships and over $1.5 million. Members, let's recognize some outstanding individuals that are here today in the gallery. I want to personally thank the leadership of the executive board, the president, Dr. Novella Washington, Shirley Carter Williams, first vice president, Byron Alexander, second vice president, Tanya Allen, treasurer, John Fain, assistant treasurer, Arthur Hendon, parliamentarian, Veronica Williams, secretary. Members, these individuals work hard. They sacrifice, they give their time, their talent, and their treasure. They're always on the front line when it comes to raising money for these students to matriculate to college. And I want to just thank them for their service to Harris County and the greater Houston area and the entire state of Texas. I want to thank them for being mentors for these aspiring students that are our future. And I want to just recognize them for always upholding the principles of Dr. Martin Luther King of service. And with that, I know that we have Representative Charlene Ward Johnson, who has served this great organization for many years, that wants to recognize them as well.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson.
Good morning, members. I would like to thank the Greater Houston Frontiers, which is a service organization that I have been happy and honored to be a part of, as we provide scholarships to students who deserve and worked hard during their high school years. And we continue to foster that fellowship, foster that mission of helping our students achieve their academic dreams. So thank you again, Greater Houston Frontiers. Thank you for coming to Austin, and thank you for the things that you do in the community.
The chair recognizes Mr. Money for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct honor to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of the Caddo Mills High School UIL accounting team for their performance at the 2025 UIL State Academic Meet. Through dedication and excellence, this exceptional team earned the state runner-up trophy, continuing a tradition of academic distinction that has made Caddo Mills a powerhouse in UIL accounting over 2 decades. Joining us in the gallery today, this year's team includes senior Nathan Blackwell, a 3-time state qualifier. Nathan has left his mark on the program by being a member of a state champion team, a 2-time state runner-up team member, state runner-up individual, and state second runner-up individual. We're also joined by juniors Arabelle Parrish and Claire Kanzi, and sophomore Bradley McCormick competing at state for the first time. And this accomplished group of emerging leaders is coached by Hannah Hodnett, who has who holds the distinguished titles of 4-time state qualifier coach, state champion coach, 2-time state runner-up coach, and state second runner-up coach. On behalf of the state of Texas, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to these remarkable students and their coach. We are incredibly proud of you and celebrate your outstanding achievements. Thank you.
Members, the chair is pleased to recognize two constituents, actually 3 constituents from my district, and 2 of the most remarkable students from my hometown of Palestine. Guys, if you would stand. Today we have Victoria McFall and Sergi Funai, who are here to compete in the UIL State Championship for debate and speech. And these guys have excelled tremendously in their high school careers, and they just graduated. Victoria is going to go on to Sam Houston State University to study criminal justice, and Sergi is going to unfortunately attend the University of Texas, even though I tried to talk him into A&M, to study law. And I also want to recognize their coach, Francisco Facio, who was also their coach for the state youth and government program that they had here that we sponsored on the House floor. It's an honor to have you guys here today. Members, please join me in welcoming these fine people from Palestine. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Energy Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 1:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Energy Resources will meet today at 1:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this recognition is for all those who came and played pickleball last night. Rep Fairley and I wanted to thank everyone who was able to make it out to the pickleball tournament last night. And we also want to congratulate our winners, which is former state Representative Isaac, but Jason Isaac, and his son, Aiden Isaac. The competition was fierce, so Representative Carrie Isaac should be very proud to be a proud mother and a proud husband for the remarkable work of their father and her husband and her son. We should also be very disappointed that no current member took the trophy, but a former member to the body is as great as we can get. And like many of you, I was not able to play last night, so I look forward to meeting Jason and Aiden at the court next session.
That's all right.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we have spent the last couple of days of our session discussing bail reform, I know I have been a very vocal advocate, and I've shared a lot of my stories with you all about my journey of being a justice-impacted youth. And I think it's very important that we come together as a bipartisan body, which we've demonstrated wonderfully over the last couple of days, in support of those who have been impacted by the juvenile justice system and by the adult justice system. What we have here today are a group of our constituents from Bexar County, San Antonio, who are justice impacted themselves and have taken their community advocacy to their communities to really make an impact after their service. And also, I would like to recognize my fellow justice impacted youth that by the grace of God, she was just presented in front of me right this minute. Angel Carroll, who has been a wonderful advocate as well in the realm of justice impact. We'd like to recognize Michon Heischler, CEO of Thuggin' for Christ. He's a passionate leader dedicated to dismantling the family to prison pipeline. We have Joel Alberto Montes, House Manager of Thugging for Christ, who has become a compassionate leader dedicated to serving the community and serving the community through Christ. We also have Brandy Hirschler, also from Thugging for Christ. Through her work with the organization, she helps to empower young youth, young adults that are affected by addiction, homelessness, and poverty. We also have Chris Sepulveda, CEO of the Law Foundation. Chris Sepulveda has cultivated proactive habits to reduce the risk of recidivism, incarceration, and poverty. Chris also has a documentary called Christopher's Redemption, which showcases his transformative journey and inspires others to rebuild their lives. We also have Barbara Acosta of Big Homies. Barbara Acosta is a devoted advocate to youth outreach, voting rights, and mental health support. She continues the legacy of the late Tommy Acosta, providing essential services to the community. She continues her work in Tommy's memory to make lasting impacts of the lives of the community. Leslie Alvia Salazar, she is the current president of Big Homies. Leslie is also a passionate leader who works to make significant differences in many lives and is a shining example of leadership. We have Tommy Acosta Jr. Tommy Acosta Jr. has carried on his father's legacy, providing essential services to the community, especially through youth outreach. Tommy honors his family's serving legacy. We also have Benny Price, CEO of Big Mama Safe House. Benny Price has fostered healing, stability, and empowerment with advocating for preventative measures supporting individuals and communities. We couldn't be more proud of Benny, especially before we were ever state representatives. He was a partner of ours serving our community and especially our international operations in Ciudad Acuña, Mexico. So he has been a partner for us also on the international front. Yes, they're sprinkled. We also have Tia Gibson, CEO of Monster Moms. Tia Gibson, through Monster Moms, provides essential support and services addressing the complex issues of moms impacted by the justice system and their children. Destiny Villarreal is a community advocate who works hard for those impacted by justice and works to organize systemic change and advocates for reform. She works and is committed to her faith-based service to uplift the community. We also have Loris Gibson, executive chef, who has celebrated over 7 years of sobriety. He has inspired others through his journey of commitment and service. Loris's story is a testament to the power and the resilience of healing and hope. Lori Mellinger, Lioness Board President. Lioness Board works to restore rights and dignity to marginalized communities. She works to promote justice, equity, and compassion throughout her selfless efforts. We also have Jennifer Toon, CEO of Lioness. Jennifer Toon has been a champion for those that have been justice impacted. As a justice impacted advocate herself, I'm proud to say that I also knew Jennifer before our advocacy ever began. We met in Washington, D.C., fighting along with Angel Carroll for restoration rights. And I jumped the gun. I took the opportunity that the Lord gave me to present Angel, but I also want to present her as the Lioness Board Treasurer. And I don't think Lioness is it's the perfect word actually to describe you group of women that have just walked the walk, paid your prices, and now you're working hard selflessly for restoration and to advocate for our community. And last but not least, we have David Pequeño, director and filmographer. Through his work, he inspires others to tell their powerful stories, to showcase the human experience. Those human experiences are those that help us forge law here in the state of Texas. So on behalf of Bexar County, we couldn't be more proud of these advocates who serve selflessly every day. If we can all please give them a round of applause. We got Big Mama Safe House right over here to the left.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider HCR 144.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HCR number 144 by Cortez, paying tribute to the U.S. service members killed in action who are being honored as part of the 2025 Fallen Heroes Memorial Service.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution honors the fallen heroes who will be honored at this Saturday's Fallen Heroes ceremony. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Members will be starting on the calendar shortly. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 2112 to designate the following members as joint sponsor. Leo Wilson.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Look out!
Hey.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is the Speaker aware, is the Chair aware that you have now broken the Guinness Book of World Records for most broken gavels by any speaker in the universe?
The chair is not advised. Ms. Isaac, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make a motion that the remarks about the pickleball champions be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 664. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 664 by Huffman, relating to qualifications, training, removal, and supervision of certain masters, magistrates, referees, associate judges, and hearing officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 664 provides
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, members. Senate Bill 664 provides qualifications and provides oversight and accountability for magistrates, associate judges, and other hearing officers. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 664. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 664 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 40. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 40 by Huffman, relating to the use by a political subdivision of public funds to pay bail bonds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is the bill we passed yesterday that prohibits the political subdivisions from using public funds to pay bail bonds. I would move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 40. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all voted. There being 113 ayes, 30 nays, Senate Bill 40 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 9. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 9 by Huffman, relating to the release of defendants on bail, the duties of a magistrate, and certain criminal proceedings in the regulation of charitable bail organizations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is the bill we debated at some length yesterday. It is the bill that is the comprehensive reform of our bail system. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 9. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all voted. There being 118 ayes, 25 nays, Senate Bill 9 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SJR 1. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR number 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until time certain 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 687. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 687 by Hughes, relating to liability for land surveying services in or connection with certain construction or services contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bumgardner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's protect our land surveyors from frivolous lawsuits. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 687 is finally passed. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 29, HB number 48, HB number 142, HB number 198, HB number 431, HB number 451, HB number 1022, HB number 1130, HB number 1242, HB number 1729, HB number 1950, HB number 2003, HB number 2029, HB number 2663, HB number 2768, HB number 3229, HB number 3307, HB number 3474, HB number 3560, HB number 3594, HB number 3611, HB number 3698, HB number 3700, HB number 3809, HB number 4739, HJR number 1.
The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1332. The clerk will read the bill. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 2027.
The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1332 by Hancock, relating to a group health benefit plan, policy, or contract holder's obligation to pay premiums on behalf of an individual after the individual's eligibility for group coverage terminates.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that allows insurers to refund employers for premium overpayments for severed employees. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1332. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1332 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 458. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 458 by Schwartner, relating to an appraisal process for disputed losses under personal, automobile, or residential property insurance policies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is right to appraisal for home and auto insurance, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 458. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 458 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 482. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 482 by Alvarado, relating to increasing the criminal penalties for the offense of assault and harassment committed against certain employees or agents of utility and committed in a disaster area or evacuated area.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, if you lived in Houston during Hurricane Beryl, you would not believe what happened. We had to send police out with our linemen to restore electricity because they were getting threatened. This bill should get a unanimous vote on this House floor, because if it was your power, you would want it back on as soon as possible. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 482. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 482 is finally passed. Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
I noticed you hit that last gavel a little softer. Would you like a little gavel that you just barely tap up there? You know, maybe it'll last longer?
It's not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
I'll bring it down front.
This is in the Senate. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 927. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 927 by Hancock relating to the issuance of Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal Specialty license plates.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal license plates. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 927. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 927 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 984. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 984 by Betancourt relating to access to individualized investigational treatment for patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 984 allows patients with serious life-threatening illnesses to access personalized DNA-based treatments. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 984. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 984 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 651. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 651 by West relating to the requirement that a Veterans County Service Office report to the Commissioner's Court or a designee of the Commissioner's Court.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Speaker, members. This streamlines the process for veterans to get better service out of our county offices. Move approval. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 651. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 651 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1620. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1620 by Huffman relating to the establishment of the Texas Forensic Analyst Apprenticeship Pilot Program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation addresses our growing shortage of qualified forensic analysts by creating a Forensic Analyst Apprenticeship Pilot Program. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1620. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 107 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 1620 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2124. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2124 by Zaffarini relating to publication of the Texas Groundwater Protection Committee's annual report.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2124 changes the due date for the annual Joint Groundwater and Contamination Report published by the Texas Groundwater Committee from April 1st to June 1st. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2124. As record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 104 ayes, 40 nays, Senate Bill 2124 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2448. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2448 by Sparks relating to rural workforce development.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, one of Governor Abbott's emergency items was to expand CTE, requiring high schools to provide more career training programs so students can graduate and find a good-paying job. Additionally, President Trump recently signed an executive order calling for the expansion of registered apprenticeships. This bill checks both boxes by requiring TEA, TWC, and the THECB to award grants for technical assistance to nonprofits that are partnering with rural schools to enhance CTE opportunities. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2448. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 103 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 2448 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 841. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 841 by Hughes relating to the beneficiaries of trust funds paid or received in connection with an improvement on specific real property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed unanimously yesterday that just fixes up some language in the bill. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 841. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 841 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 843. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 843 by Colkhorst, relating to a Texas Education Agency database of school district bonds, taxes, and bond-related projects.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 843 creates transparency for bonds for public information for ISDs and charter schools. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 843. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 843 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 402. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 402 by Paxton, relating to the payment of certain ad valorem tax refunds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this directs the comptroller to promulgate a form to direct your property tax refund. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 402 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2662. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2662 by Perry, relating to the enforcement of drought contingency plans by Water and Sewer Utilities and the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker and members. Related to the enforcement of drought contingency plans by Water and Sewer Utilities by the Public Utility Commission of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2662. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 128 ayes, 19 nays, Senate Bill 2662 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2053. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2053 by Birdwell, relating to creating the Governor's Medal of Service Award to recognize service to the people of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2053 creates the Governor's Medal of Service Award. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2053. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2053 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2332. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2332 by Parker, relating to aircraft owned and operated by the Department of Public Safety.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that moves DPS aircraft maintenance from TxDOT to DPS. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2332. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Villalobos voting aye. All voted. Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2332 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2112. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2112 by Colkhorst, relating to the punishment of certain criminal offenses related to cultivated oyster mariculture, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
Senate Bill 2112 holds people accountable who abuse the oyster system. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2112. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 110 ayes, 36 nays, Senate Bill 2112 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 745. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 745 by Colkhorst, relating to enhancing the criminal penalty for the offense of intoxication manslaughter in certain circumstances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 45 creates a new first-degree felony offense for intoxication manslaughter for defendants who caused the death of more than one individual during the same criminal transaction. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 745 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1247. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1247 by Perry, relating to consolidating certain non-resident hunting licenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1247 is common sense update, streamlines, consolidates non-resident hunting license in Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1247. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1247 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1789. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1789 by Schwertner relating to electric service quality and reliability.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1789 creates statewide standards and inspections for utility poles. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1789. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 107 ayes, 40 nays, Senate Bill 1789 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 27. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 27 by Creighton relating to the rights of public school educators and assistance provided to public schools by the Texas Education Agency related to public school educators.
Is Dr. Buckley on the floor of the House? Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Members, this is Senate Bill 27. This is the Teachers' Bill of Rights. This is good for educators. They need this. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 27. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 27 is finally. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 207. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 207 by Paxton relating to excused absences from public school for certain students to attend mental health care appointments.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Thank you, Member Speaker. Senate Bill 207 clarifies that an appointment with a mental health professional is an appointment with a health care professional for the purposes of excused absence. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 207. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 207 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today at 12:10, there will be a 21 cannon salute on the south lawn, and you'll know it when it happens in here. We just don't want anyone to be alarmed when it does happen. So 12:10 today, and it's going to be loud, and it'll rattle the windows.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2938. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2938 by Menendez relating to the verification of the veteran status of inmates and prisoners.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2938 ensures that the jails check the veteran status using the Veterans Reentry Search Service, making sure that our justice-involved veterans connect with the Texas Veterans Commission as soon as possible. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2938. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. We've all voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2938 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1901. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1901 by Huffman relating to the administration of the Texas Opioid Abatement Fund Council and the Texas Opioid Abatement Trust Fund.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation addresses concerns raised by the Comptroller's Office in regard to the Opioid Abatement Fund Council. This provides a 6-year staggered term for council members expiring on February the 1st of each odd-numbered year, and it defines conflicts of interest and requires recusal if a council member or family member has a financial or professional interest in receiving the funds. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1901. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Well voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1901 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 1227, the clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1227 by Flores, relating to fees for the issuance of certain military specialty license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez.
Speaker members, this is honoring Pearl Harbor veterans as well as Purple Heart veterans. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1227. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. They've all voted. Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1227 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1248. The clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
SB number 1248 by Perry, relating to the disclosure of certain harvest report information submitted to the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1248 exempts location information in a Texas Parks and Wildlife Harvest Report from disclosure in a public information request. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1248. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 124 ayes, 22 nays, Senate Bill 1248 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 912. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 912 by Blanco, relating to the verification of healthcare practitioner continuing education compliance through the establishment of continuing education tracking systems.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires licensing entities to implement continuing ed tracking systems to verify practitioner compliance before license renewal, improving accuracy, audits, and public trust. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 912. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 87 ayes, 60 nays, Senate Bill 912 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1321. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1321 by Hagan View, relating to compensation and leave for certain peace officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the TICO compensation bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1321. The record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1321 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2143. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2143 by Perry, relating to the authority of a county to commission certain individuals as peace officers and establish certain law enforcement agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez.
Speaker members, this relates to fire marshal authority in counties. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2143. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 105 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 2143 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2145. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2145 by Perry, relating to the authority of the advisory body of a public improvement district and the board of directors of a reinvestment zone to hold a meeting by a telecommunication device.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill where PIDs and TIFs can meet remotely. One person can be on site to take testimony. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2145. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 111 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 2145 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1497. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1497 by Nichols, relating to the search of certain wireless communications devices by a peace officer.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this passed unanimously yesterday. SB 1497 exempts skimmers from the search warrant requirement. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1497. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1497 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1239. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1239 by Middleton, relating to choice of law and assignment or acquisition of claims and demands in connection with certificated and uncertificated securities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1239 provides a pathway to strengthen Texas's role in the global financial market. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1239. This record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 136 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 1239 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2180. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2180 by Hagenview relating to requiring a certification for peace officers to conduct certain polygraph examinations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2180 creates a certification requirement.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentle lady answer a question?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The lady yields.
I just want to be a little clearer on this deal here. So a peace officer, i.e. police or sheriff, can conduct a polygraph on anyone?
On someone that's in their custody.
That's in their custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the person is not willing to participate, is there any penalty or action that would be taken?
I'm not advised. This bill just allows them to have some regulations and training. It requires that they have training to be able to perform one of these.
So this is just a training bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Only?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2180. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 2180 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1388. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1388 by Colkhorst relating to family support services provided under a Health and Human Services Commission program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
This is the Thriving Texas Families that provides a number of things, but it provides parenting classes to women, individual and group counseling, evidence-based prenatal and parenting education, job training, financial coaching, a lot of other things. I do have a third reading amendment, and to do the third reading amendment, I brought none other than Gio Capriglione.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain his GO.
Great. Thank you, members. This is one of those perfecting amendments, and it does just that. Thank you.
It's okay.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman,
yes.
gentleman
So-
yields.
Yes.
Yeah, Representative Capriglione, your amendment hasn't pulled up yet. Could you walk us through
Yeah,
what
so
it does?
what it does is HHSC has requested some clarification. The way that the amendment, the bill was originally drafted is it requires knowledge of the revenue of those small businesses, but that's difficult to get. So rather than do that, we're going to base it on the grants that they get. So it's just an easier way to be able to ascertain who's eligible.
Do you think that changes the people who are eligible in a material way, or is the estimate that's roughly equivalent?
No, it doesn't change who it is. It's just the way that it's set up now, since that revenue number is not attainable at all. This is really the only way to be able to get those small businesses those dollars, and it's by basing it on, like I said, the grants that they already have.
Okay, so instead of looking at their overall revenue, including donations, it's just looking at the grant amount?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any information on how many of the grants have been less than $1 million, or many of them been larger than that historically?
Most of them are not, but I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Caprig. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, just for a clarification question
Yep.
for this.
The gentleman yields.
Okay. Representative Capriglione, is this when it says the grant amount, are you only referencing the grant from this program or all the grants that this entity gets?
No, it's just the grants from this particular program, and that's how they'll know exactly who's eligible and who can participate or not.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
No, just from this program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? There is objection. Members vote aye, vote nay, division vote. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted. Being 89 ayes, 52 nays, the amendment is adopted. Sorry, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
I apologize. I may have gotten too cute there. That amendment really was just a clarifying amendment. My apologies, but the bill is still great. The amendment, I think we can still work with HHSC. I apologize for trying to have fun. I move passage on the bill.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1388. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 95 ayes, 48 nays, Senate Bill 1388 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1662. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1662 by Zaffarini relating to notice provided to certain public drinking water supply systems before water quality testing.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this authorizes the TCEQ to give up to 24 hours notice to a public drinking water supply system before conducting water quality testing in response to a complaint. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1662. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 144 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1662 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1951. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1951 by Paxton relating to the imposition of a penalty for failure to timely file a rendition statement or property report with the chief appraiser of an appraisal district.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1951 improves the personal property rendition process. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1951. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 1951 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1537. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1537 by Zaffarini relating to the appointment of an interpreter in a criminal proceeding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in Texas, we require interpreters in criminal proceedings. This is a cleanup bill that just makes it easier to obtain those interpreters. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1537. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 105 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 1537 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 493. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 493 by Colkhorst relating to certain protected disclosures by pharmacists and pharmacies regarding amounts charged for prescription drugs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 493 is the bill that ensures consumers get the best price for prescription medications. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 493 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 378. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 378 by Schwertner relating to certain prohibited practices by a barber or cosmetologist.
The chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 378 just makes certain that your post-session Botox is done so in a safe manner by a licensed individual. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 378. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 107 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 378 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1020. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1020 by Huffman relating to personal bond offices to the notification provided to a judge regarding tampering with an electronic monitoring device while released on bond or community supervision and to the availability of certain information regarding a person required to submit an electronic monitoring program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed overwhelmingly yesterday to clarify and harmonize ankle monitor violation reports. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1020. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. There being 142 ayes, 4 nays, Senate Bill 1020 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1018. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1018 by Huffman, relating to distribution of state traffic fine revenue received by the comptroller.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1018 will take about $16 million a year and direct it into our trauma facilities and emergency medical services accounts to make improvements in our emergency medical services and trauma care infrastructure in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1018. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 41 nays, Senate Bill 1018 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 992. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 992 by Nichols, relating to the procedure by which the Attorney General approves or denies approval of a state agency contract for outside legal services.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 992 sets a 25-day deadline for the Attorney General to approve or deny a state agency's contract for outside legal services. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 992. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 111 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 992 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 958. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 958 by Parker, relating to the eligibility of certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed on yesterday allowing those persons who are in foster care to be tested for trafficking of persons. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 958. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 958 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 920. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 920 by Sparks, relating to the administration of medication by open enrollment charter schools, private schools, and school employees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows school nurses to administer over-the-counter medications with parental permission. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 920. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 920 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1350. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1350 by Hughes, relating to a commission to coordinate celebrations of the bicentennial anniversary of Texas independence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill sets up the commission that will coordinate and lead the celebrations for Texas bicentennial anniversary. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1350. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 144 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 1350 is finally passed. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1762 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1762 by Blanco, relating to geothermal energy conservation wells.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5568 simply clarifies in statute that an operator-designated geothermal energy conservation well, while considered an electric energy storage facility, are not a battery energy storage resource. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1762. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1762 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I once again move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 10 a.m. Wednesday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House HCR 109. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on committee report SCR. Senate Bill 19. SCR 19. The clerk will read the bill.
SCR 19 by Parker, authorizing the State Preservation Board to approve the construction of the replica of the National Life Monument at the State Capitol Complex.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
If you don't mind, if you allow me to lay this out first, I'll happily take questions after.
I'll be happy to wait.
Not at this
Awesome.
time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, SCR 19 authorizes the construction of the Texas Life Monument, a replica of the National Life Monument at the Texas Capitol Complex, offering Texans a public space to reflect on the beauty and sanctity of the love of a mother for her child. The original National Life Monument is an 8-foot bronze sculpture by artist Timothy Schmalz, depicting a mother with her child in her womb, a powerful image honoring motherhood and the miracle of life. The original sculpture was installed at the Church of San Marcello al Corso in Rome in May of 2022 and was later placed at the Theological College in Washington, D.C. after a U.S. tour. SCR 19 allows a replica to be constructed outside of the historic Capitol grounds in accordance with the State Preservation Board's requirements under Chapter 443 of the Government Code. All project funding must come from private donations, which I'm happy to report that they have the money they need for this already, and the monument must comply with board rules governing monument size, design, and timeline. This effort does not involve the use of public funds and aligns with state law guiding additions to Capitol Complex grounds. The monument would serve as a peaceful space for families to honor motherhood, the strength of women, and the hope and beauty of human life. And on a personal note, as someone with 10 siblings, with a strong mama who raised us, I am looking forward to being able to take my mom to this sculpture one day and honoring her for her journey of motherhood and all that she gave to me and my siblings. And with that, I will happily answer any questions.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
The lady
questions
yield
at
for
this
questions.
time?
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Davila. You know, I want to be clear because I know this body has been concerned with sexual depicting views of things.
Yes.
So let's talk about what this monument will look like.
Yeah.
Are you talking about an open view of a womb, a woman's womb?
No, so I have a photo up here that will probably help, and I'm happy to show that to you after this. But it's a bronze sculpture, and I've seen it in person, and it shows the mother's womb, but it doesn't show any of the organs or anything like that. It's just got a circle with the baby inside the circle. So there's nothing inappropriate, and I'll add that the State Preservation Board will have to approve all of this when it goes to be put on the Capitol grounds. So if it had anything like that, the State Preservation Board has the authority to not approve it.
So I'm a little concerned because PG means not seeing any internal organs, and what you're saying is that a child will be able to see the baby laying in the mama's stomach?
Yes, but it's not going to have, you're not going to see the uterus or anything like that. It'll be a child inside the
Kind of
stature of a
cradled
woman.
inside
Yes.
the stomach?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what I read on the bill too is it's going to have a father figure next to it?
No, ma'am. That won't be on there.
So
that may be a different monument you're thinking
just
of.
so we can visualize it, it's
Yeah.
a woman in a strong position
Yep.
with a baby cradled in her stomach,
Mm-hmm.
and it's PG rated.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, members. I'd appreciate your support on this important monument. I think it'll create an amazing space to reflect on the amazing role that a mother plays in a child's life, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Record vote is required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting nay. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 98 ayes, 44 nays. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Harris-Davila moves to lay HCR 109 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out SB 2185 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2185 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that passed the Senate 31-0, and it simply addresses the critical issue regarding the bilingual education allotment within the Texas public school finance system. And I move passage. I think there's
Is Ms. Gonzalez on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, members. This is an amendment that simply adds some details and some guardrails to the already prescribed report that the bill is asking to create for bilingual education, and I move adoption.
Ms. Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Have all voted? There being 78 ayes, 65 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerra.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment adds language from HB 1581, which this body already passed, that improves program monitoring and provide additional training materials to administrators. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move passage.
Mr. Guerra sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. There being 80 ayes, 66 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 2185? Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move adoption.
Question occurs The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2185 until 12:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 4. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 4 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption of residents' homesteads from ad valorem taxation by a school district and the protection of school districts against certain losses in local revenue.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 4 will increase Texas School District homestead exemption to a record $140,000 for over 5.7 million homeowners across the state. Last session, we passed the largest tax cut in Texas history, which included an increase to the current $100,000 homestead exemption, which was approved by 83% of our voters. SB 4 builds upon this by ensuring our state's surplus is returned to our constituents. This bill passed the Senate unanimously, 31-0, and it would begin applying in this tax year of 2025, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, after speaking with many school districts, as well as many of you in this room, we have listened, and we wanted to make sure that your school districts were, in fact, held harmless. So to address those concerns, by ensuring this increase in the homestead exemption does not negatively impact your ISDs. So specifically, hopefully the amendment is up and for you. First, in section 1.02 of the bill, we move the date of eligible debt service to be held harmless from January 1, 2025 to September 1, 2025. This means that if your school district passed a bond measure this May, it will be held harmless. Second, in section 2.03 of the bill, we ensure that any compression is held harmless beginning with the 2023-2024 school year and beyond, instead of limiting it to just the 2023 to 2025 school years. And Mr. Wally? I'll wait. Okay. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for just a few questions, please?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. Appreciate you bringing this bill to the floor. Dallas ISD had expressed some concerns during the last few days, and I apologize, I just didn't get around to visiting with you about it. Will the hold harmless provision prevent Dallas ISD from losing $68 million next year and another $68 million the year after? Is that
That's
the effect of your amendment?
Yes, Chairman Chia, that is the effect. We want to make sure school districts are in fact held harmless.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Olcott.
The chair recognizes Mr. Olcott to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's probably no other issue that I get more phone calls and emails about except for property tax relief. It's something that I hear about every single day. When I ran for office, other than the border, property tax relief is the promise that I made to my constituents. And I'm just disappointed in the amount of property tax relief that we're going to be giving to our citizens of this great state. And I have a very simple amendment that increases the personal homestead exemption from $140,000 to $160,000. I move adoption.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Olcott, Mr. Meyer offered an amendment earlier to make sure our school districts were protected from the $140,000 exemption. And in my case, if he hadn't offered that amendment, it would have cost my district $68 million a year. Does Mr. Meyer's amendment also pay for the extra $20,000 exemption that you're adding? Or is it going to come out of the height of our school districts?
I'm not advised. It will.
Well, without that answer, how?
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
And where did you get that answer? I want to be sure the answer is authoritative and accurate. It's critical to every one of our districts.
All his amendment did, from what I understand, is change the date.
Excuse me?
From what I understand, all his amendment did was to change the date.
Well, I think we're going to have to ask him about that. I would hope members would withhold judgment on your amendment until we find out if it's going to be paid for or if it's going to come out of our school districts.
So I'm looking at the amendment right now. It looks like it just changes the date. And you're welcome to look at the amendment that's already been offered.
I would have to say, and I hope you would agree.
His hold harmless amendment does not talk about the amounts. It only refers to the date.
Well, no, but the question is, what effect does his amendment have? Not the specific words. Does his amendment have the effect of covering, paying for out of state funds the additional exemption you're adding, or is it going to come out of our school districts is the question. And without the
state funds,
without a valid answer to that, a reliable answer to that, I hope members will withhold judgment until we get that answer.
My amendment simply changes the amount. It doesn't change anything else.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
We all want property tax relief for our citizens.
Yes, ma'am.
But have you done an actuarial review of what this additional amount, how it will impact our cities and our counties?
No, man, I have not done an actual review. All I know is that we have more than a $24 billion surplus in sales tax revenue, and I think more of it needs to be going to provide property tax relief to our citizens who are struggling every year to make their payments.
And I appreciate that, sir. But let's get away from the hyperbole, and let's talk about real numbers that start impacting our other taxing entities the more we continue to rise this up. So there is no numbers that you've calculated. You just come and say, I want to raise what's already in the bill, correct?
I'm here simply to ask for the personal homestead exemption to be increased from $140,000 to $160,000. It's that simple.
Thanks for clarifying. So there is no numbers that we know right now that will tell us the impact. Thank you.
I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer in opposition.
Members, I move to table this amendment. As I've discussed, as I've done this for my third session, being chair of Ways and Means whenever we do property tax relief, this is a tightly negotiated relief package that we have worked with the governor, lieutenant governor, Senator Betancourt, speaker, myself, to land at this number. This is the amount of money that we have for property tax relief. And so, Mr. Alcott probably can't even tell you how much that costs, so we don't know where that money would come from. And so we need to stick to what has been agreed to with the Senate and the governor and providing almost $10 billion in property tax relief. This is one part of it. And so for those reasons, I move to table the amendment.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Just the gentleman yield for
Will the gentleman yield for
a
questions?
few questions, clarifications.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Meyer, this amendment, although in its face looks like it's something would be positive for homeowners, there's no way to pay for that amendment, that extra $20,000. Is that my understanding?
Correct. And I don't know what that would do to the rest of the budget. I don't know what that would do to the additional property tax relief. Correct. We don't know where that money would come from.
Right, and so you talked about the budget. Right now, as we're finalizing budget negotiations between both chambers, we landed at a number for property tax relief. Is that my understanding as well?
Yes, we did. That's correct, Representative.
Okay, and so if we adopt this amendment, we would have to cut other parts of the budget to pay for this part of the budget. Is that how I understand it?
Absolutely and unequivocally correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
The gentleman yields.
Chair Meyer, just to follow along Chair Wally's questioning, if this were to pass, it would not be funded and therefore would not be implemented because the budget is just about done and this has not been accounted for. In fact, wouldn't you agree that there was opportunities to present this type of amendment to the budget to ensure that it was included so that way we can all give it careful consideration?
That's absolutely correct. There were opportunities throughout the entire budget process this could have been addressed, and it wasn't.
Thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Mr.
Gentleman
Martinez,
yield.
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Speaker Harris. Thank you, Chair Meyer. Let's be clear. Mr. Speaker, can I get some order, please?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Meyer, Bureau on Ways and Means, you chair Ways and Means.
That's correct.
It's a big committee.
Yes.
There are 13 members.
Correct.
Everybody works hard on that committee.
Yes, sir.
This number, this idea, this is not novel. This is pretty easy to come up with a number.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, is it easy to pay for it?
No.
It's not. And that is what we do every single day in that committee is wrestle with good ideas and then check the bank account to see if we can cash the check. That's what we do, right?
That is correct. We work very closely with appropriations to make sure we can pay for whatever we put out there.
So anybody who votes to table, they're not against cutting property taxes because we're about to cut them again. Is that right?
That's right.
And anybody who moves the table is really moving the table because we are doing these tax cuts within our means?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'll be joining you in the motion to table, and I ask that everybody vote to table.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, with the gentleman yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. So we're talking about the homestead exemption and what the right number is. I just wanted to kind of review what the legislature has done on the homestead exemption, say over the last decade. If my memory serves, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but 10 years ago, wasn't the homestead exemption in Texas like $15,000?
That is correct.
And then several years ago, we increased it to, I think, $40,000.
That's correct.
And then 2 years ago, we increased it to $100,000.
Yes, that's correct.
And the measure you have before us now, SB4, and the upcoming SJR, is going to increase that to $140,000.
That is correct.
So in 10 years, the legislature, on a bipartisan basis, has taken the homestead exemption from $15,000 to, by the end of today, hopefully, $140,000. Is that right?
That is correct.
That is a substantial commitment to homeowners of Texas. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely agree.
And as you just discussed with Vice Chair Martinez Fisher, it's easy to come up with a number, and we'd all like it to be as high as possible. But ultimately, the books have to balance, right? That's how we.
Absolutely correct.
We have a balanced budget in the state of Texas.
Absolutely
don't we?
correct. I have no doubt that every member in this chamber wants to provide as much property tax relief as we possibly can, but also that we can afford.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll be supporting the motion today.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Would you explain the total amount of property tax relief that's in not just this bill, but the package that we're being discussed today?
Sure. We have almost $10 billion in total property tax relief, with the business personal property tax increase to $125,000 that we concurred and voted out. Yesterday, we have the homestead exemption. We have this bill, which increases it to $140,000 for all homeowners, and then the next bill that will be on the floor will increase the homestead exemption for those over the age of 65 and those that are disabled to $200,000. And then we also do have compression that was triggered from last session's legislation that is in the amount of about $3 billion or 6.8 cents. So comprehensively, we have about $10 billion in property tax relief total this session.
And how much is that? How much of that is new relief this session that wasn't approved in previous sessions?
$6 to $6.5 billion, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, so I think the frustration, I'm sure, of you and your constituents and me and my constituents and Mr. Olcott and his constituents and everybody here is not necessarily how we're dividing the pie, but that they want a bigger piece of property tax relief. Do you think that's fair?
No, I think every member in this chamber, I think every senator across that hall, all wants to provide as much property tax relief as we possibly can.
And trying to keep it to this bill is about how we're going to deliver that property tax relief, whether from compression, business personal property taxes, homestead exemption, and that's the part you negotiated, correct?
That is correct.
But in order for us to actually give more property tax relief, we would have to cut spending. Is that correct? Because there's no more money to give except for money that we've either spent ourselves or we give back to the property tax owners.
No, we're providing as much property tax relief as we can within the confines of our budget.
A budget that spent a huge portion of the surplus that we had on other things other than property tax relief.
We have an infrastructure to pay for. We have public education to pay for. We certainly do. And we also have money to allocate towards property tax relief, which is what we're doing here.
So if we were to increase the property tax relief as this amendment tries to do you know how much that would cost?
No, and nor does the amendment author.
Okay, but it would have to come from either the rainy day fund or surplus, or we would have to cut spending somewhere else in order to find that money.
Mr. Money, I don't know where that money would come from.
Okay.
And again, neither does the amendment author.
And that's not even really the job of Ways and Means. The job of Ways and Means is to figure out how to deliver the property tax or how to set property taxes appropriately. Is that correct?
To cut property tax relief and provide property tax relief. That is part of the job of Ways and Means. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
So can you remind me, does a state levy a property tax on homeowners?
No.
Who can levy a property tax on homeowners?
Local municipalities.
So cities, counties,
Correct.
school districts, special purpose districts, MUDs, the list goes on and on.
That's correct.
So therefore, if our constituents in Texas want lower property taxes, who should they be talking to?
Definitely speaking to their local municipalities, counties as well, for sure.
So the only people who can raise property taxes or levy a property tax at all are our local taxing entities, while the state does not levy one at all. And the only thing that we can do is try our best to use our surplus from our thriving economy and sales taxes to buy down those property taxes, right?
That's correct, or exempt, or yes, of course.
And for those of us who have been passionate about homestead exemptions, passionate about lowering property taxes, I think you will share in my frustration that even though we have $51 billion in our state budget this year to reduce property taxes, that will get eaten up if we do not have responsible actors at the local governments who are keeping their taxes low on the residents that they serve.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. So this amendment can only do so much. Without the other guardrails and without local constituents paying attention to their local representatives,
all we can do is put $51 billion to property tax relief and hope that that ultimately gets to Texans.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ladies, the gentleman's time has expired.
I move to table the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Olcott to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we started off this session, we were informed by the comptroller that we had a $24 billion surplus that belongs to the taxpayer. And you just heard Chairman Meyer, who's worked tirelessly to put something in front of us, but we heard in a meeting with him back in maybe January or February in a Republican caucus meeting that we're only going to get a $6.5 billion in new appropriated money. Now we're hearing about $10 billion, but I think $3.5 billion of that comes from previously appropriated money from the previous session or maybe back in 2019. But the bottom line is, members, we have a $24 billion surplus.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for
Just a
questions?
minute.
Not at this
We have a
time.
$24 billion surplus, and I refuse to go back to my district and say the best we can do is $6.5 billion in newly appropriated money from that $24 billion. And so my amendment will allow for a greater amount of that money, that $24 billion, to be used for property tax relief, and I think we need to support this. That's why I'm here. Yes,
Mr.
I'll
Speaker.
yield at this time.
Mr. Toth, for
Will
what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield?
Will the
Yes,
gentleman
sir.
yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
In light of the last questions that came from the back mic, what has the state of Texas done to rein in local governments from increasing spending, which inadvertently increases our taxes? What did we do this session to rein in local governments to keep them from spending more money?
I'm not sure if we did anything this session. I know we made some attempts on some previous sessions, but it doesn't seem to be working because despite those efforts in previous sessions, people's property taxes are still going through the roof.
Mr.
And we've got to
Alcott,
do more.
A lot of what drives the tax rate at the local level is debt. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
What did
Especially
we
at the
do?
INS level.
What did we do to move these debt obligations votes from May to November? Did this body do anything to force local governments to move debt obligation votes from May to November?
I'm not aware of that. I do know that I had a bill that would
We did
increase the
nothing.
threshold for bond issuance to 60% approval, but it never moved out of committee.
We would like to blame local governments, but local governments are a subdivision of the state of Texas, are they not?
They are.
Correct. And we've done nothing this session to rein in local government spending. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Thank
and we
you.
should have. I move passage. I vote no to table.
Mr. Olcott sends up an amendment. Mr. Meyer moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. Strict enforcement has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, I'll give you time to get to your desk. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes, 35 nays, the motion to table prevails. Please excuse Representatives Bernal, Ashby, and Dr. Buckley because of important business on a motion of Mr. Lambert. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 4? Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
I'll wait for Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am going to vote for this bill, but I think it is critically important that we as a body be honest to our constituents about what this bill does and perhaps more importantly, what the bill does not do. And let's go back to the basics for just a second. Never-ending property taxes are unethical, they're immoral, they should be thrown on the dust heap of history in the state of Texas. They are inconsistent with private property rights, and they prevent any Texan from ever truly owning their home in this state. You may call yourself a homeowner in the state of Texas, but the reality is you are just a renter, and the government is your landlord. And if you don't believe me, try not paying your property tax bill at the end of the year, and you will find out real fast who really owns your home in this state. Texans are being taxed out of their homes, and if there was only one thing that they demanded that we do this session, it was deal with property taxes and debate and pass bills to eliminate property taxes in Texas. And even if not full elimination, to at least fight for real property tax cuts right now and for everybody. And if we can't even do that, we should at least stop the property tax increases. The bills today unequivocally do not measure up to those expectations. We are failing at a time when it would have been, ironically, the easiest for us to succeed. We started this session with a $24 billion surplus, but instead of using that to put us on a path to eliminate property taxes, we lit it on fire to fund every liberal pet project imaginable.
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, you have a question?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
As for the good in this bill, and I want to speak to that, this bill may help some homeowners with their property tax bill. Maybe, and only some. But unfortunately, it is entirely conceivable that many or most homeowners and property owners will not see any real savings at all because the appraisals are likely to increase and eat up this new exemption. And even if the appraisals don't go up by the full amount of the exemption, the legislature is still authorizing political subdivisions to increase property tax rates. And that's where things do get bad for this bill. Because by only increasing exemptions, it actually puts inflationary pressure on property tax rates. And we should be doing everything we can as a body to get the property tax rates as close to zero as is possible. And worse, we're putting inflationary pressure on tax rates by picking winners and losers. And while it may help some homeowners, it will almost certainly harm small business owners, entrepreneurs, brick and mortar stores, which will force them to increase their prices, and renters. Members, all Texans deserve tax relief. And one myth about property taxes that needs to be put to bed, and that's that the state of Texas does not levy property taxes. Austin politicians want to absolve themselves of blame by pointing the finger at local governments. And yes, the local governments absolutely share in some of the blame here. But it is factually not true to say that the state of Texas is not responsible for property tax increases. I apparently have to continuously remind this body that local governments are political subdivisions of what? They're political subdivisions of the state. So when local governments raise property taxes, it is the state of Texas that is raising those property taxes. And ultimately, when property taxes go up, the real people responsible for that property tax, those property tax increases, are those of us in this room here today. Another myth here's another myth that I really love hearing. All property tax increases are voter approved. This is an absolute lie. The vast majority of property tax increases happen without voter approval, and why is that? That is because this body explicitly allows it. And unfortunately, this bill does not change that. I've been pushing a bill for years to make all property tax increases illegal unless they were approved by voters in an election. Ladies and gentlemen, that would be the lowest of all possible low-hanging fruit. And yet, this body continues to refuse to do that, unfortunately, including even in this bill. So, in closing, I'm going to vote for this bill, but not because it is a great bill that really fixes property taxes in Texas, but because it appears that this is the best that we are going to get this session. And that is just a pathetic and sad indictment of this body over the past 5 months. By failing to deal with property taxes head-on with the seriousness that issue deserves, we continue to fail the hardworking and overtaxed men and women of the great state of Texas. Guys, Texas has a reputation for leading in freedom and liberty and small government and low taxes, but the reality is that Texas has one of the highest property tax burdens in America, and we have just been coasting on our small government reputation. It is past time we start living up to it. Texans deserve better.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will happily
The
yield
gentleman
for
yields.
any
Thank
and
you,
all
Mr. Speaker.
questions.
Representative Harrison, are you done making your video?
Are you here to help me highlight for 30 million Texans the abject failure of this body to rein in their out-of-control property taxes that are taxing Texans out of their home on a daily basis?
Let's talk about
That's
that.
what I would like. I would like to talk about property taxes.
Let's talk about that. So
Let's talk about it.
you talk a big game about wanting to cut taxes and cut spending. That happens to be the department that I'm in Ways and Means.
You mean the
What,
committee?
what
You mean
bill
the-
did you file in Ways and Means to take up this rhetoric that you're spewing from the front mic?
I filed no less than 5 property tax bills, and I can't help where the leadership of this body sends or refers those bills, or who in leadership made the decision to kill
Did
all
you
of
ask
them.
for hearings? I never saw you in a hearing.
Every single one of them. And in fact,
Members, please confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
every single one of them. And in fact, 2 of them were designated as emergency items months ago. My bill that would have made all property tax increases illegal unless they were approved
Members,
by voters
please
in an election.
confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
And so you recognize that a lot of this work is cutting taxes. You say that some people will benefit from this. We're talking about tax homestead exemptions that will exceed the value of people's homes. They'll pay no taxes. You're aware of that, aren't you?
And I think you must be unaware of the comments that I just made that you're asking questions me about, because I said I plan to vote for the bill.
Well, you said
But
that.
I said that 2 times in my remarks, and here's the reality. Just because the bill does some good, and it does do some good, as I clearly laid out in my remarks, my broader point is that this is nowhere near sufficient to tackle the crushing burden of property taxes in the state of Texas.
Right, and maybe if you can put a bill on the floor, we can talk about that. But
I
we
have put at least
we
5
have
bills to do that in the
SB4.
process, but the leadership of this body has refused to let a single one of my bills to end property taxes get to the floor of this body.
Members, confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I think you just mean member, not members. I'm trying to keep my remarks to the subject of this bill.
You
I
are
can't
the person
control
that has
the
raised
responses.
every one of my 5 property tax bills. I have not brought a single one of them up. You brought every one of them up.
And
every one
so
of them.
you're voting for this bill.
I have said that
You're
at
happy
least
with this
3
tax
times
cut?
now. No,
Well, then you should vote no.
that's not true. I am going to take the small little bitty gain that this bill may represent. And if you had heard any of my remarks, you would have understood that. But simply because there are a handful of homeowners that might benefit from this bill, that does not mean that this bill is sufficiently satisfactory to tackle the biggest issue that
And
that
that's
our
where
constituents are facing.
That's where we disagree. I don't think it's just a handful of tax owners. Do you?
I know that it is, because we got 30 million Texans. We're talking about a $40,000 increase in the exemption. I know that political subdivisions all across the state are going to increase the appraisals by $40,000 or more, and I know that this body allows, even with those increased appraisals, to raise the effective tax rate by 2.5 to 3.5%.
And I don't
so I
wanna-
know for a fact that many Texans will see their property tax bills increase
Right,
at
and
the
I
end of
don't
this
want to.
session.
I don't want to insult your intelligence. I know you read this bill. This is not an appraisal bill. You know that, right?
I'm very well aware
Okay,
of
you're
that
aware
fact,
of that, and you know that you've been admonished 3 times to talk about this bill. This is a tax
You
cut
were
bill.
admonished for raising bills that were not before the body.
And so, I'm not here to talk about appraisals. I'm not here to talk about
You're the one talking
local
about appraisals
spend.
and asking me questions about appraisals, aren't
I'm
you?
here to talk about the handful of people you think will benefit from this tax cut.
I explained them in
And I
my
will submit
remarks.
to you
a handful of homesteaders may realize a small benefit. I have said that at least 4 times now. Are you
And-
having trouble hearing me, Representative?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Exactly.
Yeah. And so, listen, I think what you do is undermine this process, how hard people work. It is not hard to come up with a number. It's hard to pay for a number. It's easy to make speeches. And this benefit in the area where I come from, maybe I don't live in the upscale neighborhoods of your district. The district that I represent that sends me up here.
I don't think you are
I wanna-
familiar with very familiar
Well,
with Ellis County, Representative.
Well, I will tell you, for many families in Bear County, where I come from, they will benefit significantly from this homestead exemption, and the bill to follow will add even more for the older Texans that are here.
And I wish you shared the enthusiasm you do for the small number of Texans that this bill might possibly help, and channel that enthusiasm into helping every one of the 30 million Texans who are having their lives ravaged by out-of-control property taxes in the state of Texas.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does in fact help millions of Texans with their property tax burden. We have worked very hard. As I said, I wanted to thank the governor, lieutenant governor, the speaker, Senator Betancourt for having us come to this agreement, having us come to this deal, and having this be one part of our property tax relief legislation that we're going to deliver to millions of Texans this session.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
would Chairman Meyer just yield for a few
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Meyer, y'all been working on this for months this session. Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
Okay. And you've had negotiations with obviously both chambers, the Speaker, Lieutenant Governor, to get to a point where we found a more equitable method of property tax relief. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
And this type of homestead exemption distributes the savings fairly amongst households. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. Am I correct that about 2 out of 3 Texas households own a home?
That is correct.
Okay, and so that savings will be, this exemption and those savings will be realized by real homeowners equally from middle income folks, and those are the folks that frankly I care about, lower and moderate income folks in my district. This would be a savings for them as well. Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
Okay, and I think Chairman Turner mentioned that over the years we've had a series of escalations progressively of raising the homestead exemption because that's the most, as mentioned, equitable way to get relief for homeowners. Correct.
It is an equitable way for sure.
Just to flesh out again, this homestead exemption goes from $100,000 to $140,000. But you also have the subsequent constitutional amendment, SJR 2. I know we're not on it, but you need both of those together for this thing to work. Is that correct?
We absolutely do.
Okay. And the state is going to provide, my numbers have $2.7 billion to offset the revenue loss to school districts from the increased exemption.
That's correct.
To SB4, correct?
That's correct.
And then SB4 also adjusts the property tax freeze for Texans who are over 65 or disabled to ensure these groups also benefit from this increased exemption. Is that
Mr. Wally, that would be the next bill, SB 23.
okay? Just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to that, the only other concern that I have is also for renters, right? And you and I have had this over the last couple of sessions. Some relief for renters, right? Because a lot of renters indirectly pay a property tax by their monthly payments. That would be my only caution, and to get that on the record, that we need to continue to look at renters, those folks that are working shift jobs that may not have enough yet to save up for a home yet, and they're wanting to, but they're in an apartment or they're leasing a place. I just want to make sure I get that on the record that we also need to continue to look at renters and how we can help them as well, because they're taxpayers as well, whether indirectly or through sales tax.
Absolutely. Mr. Wally, you have been a fantastic advocate for the renters for my 6 years of being chairman of Ways and Means, and I continue to look forward to working with you to help address their concerns as well.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the time this day. It's a big bill, so I'm glad we fleshed this out a little bit more. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Meyer, I intend to vote for your bill. I know my constituents are eager for property tax reduction, just like yours. I am hearing from school districts now during this debate with continued concern about the impact this might have on our efforts in House Bill 2, which you and I know still hasn't passed the Senate. You offered an amendment. We voted that amendment that is supposed to fix any problem. If there is still a hit to our school districts with this bill, and we figure that out, are you committed to working to make sure that we actually hold harmless our school districts through this legislation?
I'm happy to continue to have conversations to protect our school districts. That was, of course, the intent and the effect of that amendment was to do just that. So I'm obviously happy to continue those conversations.
Okay, I appreciate it because we all want property tax relief, but many of us cannot support doing it on the backs of our students in our neighborhood schools. And so I appreciate your willingness to work with us. Thank
Understood.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yields for questions. Gentleman yields.
First, I want to thank you for your hard work. Property tax is one of the biggest issues that we deal with, not only at the breakfast table, but right here in this building. And I want to talk a little bit about what your bill doesn't do. And I'll be voting for it, by the way, but it doesn't affect the rate at which people are taxed, is it?
That's a local concern. Yes, sir.
Okay, so and it doesn't affect valuations or appraisals, does it?
That is correct. That is done at the appraisal board level.
So everybody I talk to says if we can't fix the rate, people are getting taxed out of their homes. This relief that you're talking about gives an exemption for homesteads. Is that correct?
Yes, this provides homestead exemption.
Up to what level?
Up to $140,000.
Now let me ask you, so I live in areas that have extremely impoverished areas that some of the houses, they're not worth $100,000. In fact, it's hard to find a house worth $140,000 in some of the areas. What happens to those districts where all those properties are now exempt and taken off, ostensibly taken off the tax roll?
Well, they'll still have other revenue generating property, and I would proffer to you that those that are under $100,000 probably don't provide that much in property taxes, although it's a lot. For them, for sure, there are other property generating over 140,000 properties within the districts.
So the answer is you're hoping there's other properties over 140,000.
The answer is I'm providing $140,000
in
of
relief.
homestead
That's
exemption.
my question is, so that value is exempt, and so it's not taxed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll phrase my question as best I can. I'll give you. I've got a town in my district that I can't find a house worth 140,000 that are exempt. What happens to their revenue for their school district since you've ostensibly taken those houses off the tax roll? And if
There's other property generating revenue within the district.
so, you're saying other
I'm
commercial? Are you trying to say that there's going to be something that makes up for it?
I'm just saying that first off, I don't know specifically your district and where you're talking about.
Well,
so I
I'll
don't
just
know
I'll give you a hypothetical, and I'm not trying to trick you, but let's just say I've got a town that is very impoverished. They have a school district. They depend on these local taxes. And in that district, 95% of the houses are not even worth $140,000. So those come off the tax roll. What's left?
Mr. Canales, I can't speak to your hypothetical because I can't speak to that. I need to take a look at the property valuations and what they have within their district.
Do you recognize that could be a problem?
The state is still funding the school, so this doesn't affect the funding for public education.
Okay. Well, I look forward to working with you because the reality is this. This is a Band-Aid. It's a good start. I believe that your efforts are laudable, they're noble, and I'm going to vote for your bill. But the underlying problems that exist with the property tax system, I'll echo some of what Representative Harrison, is the rate. And until this body does something about the rate, and I heard somebody say, well, the appraisals are out of hand. No, I'd love for my house to be appraised at the highest value. It's the rate at which you tax me. And until this body reins in the rates, we're going to tax people out of their homes.
And Mr. Canales, to that point, without getting into other legislation, we on the Ways and Means Committee in this body will be presented with that opportunity as the session continues.
Well, like I said, I appreciate you answering my questions,
Yes, sir.
and I really look forward to working with you for real meaningful relief. I think this is just a Band-Aid, and I'll take a Band-Aid when we're bleeding, but the reality is, if we really want to help people, we've got to work on the rate at which people are getting taxed out of, not the valuations. Everybody likes their home to be worth a lot. It's the rate, but thank you for
Mr. Canales,
appreciate you.
I absolutely agree with you as well.
Gentleman's time has expired.
You want an extension? I request an.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Could I request an extension?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Vidal, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for one question slash statement?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will represent.
Gentleman yields.
Appreciate it. I want to point out, because I know that I have some school members, school leadership that's watching this. In reflection to what Representative Canales had just said, I had a superintendent point out to me, because West Texas is a lot of my district, and they pointed out we took out. They said that we did bonds based on the 100,000 increase that we did on the exemption. They can pay back the bonds that they have at that 100,000. If you raise this to 140,000, they say they're going to be unable now to pay back the bonds for those. I just wanted to make that point so that it was on the record and on
For
video.
sure, but I
so.
think, and Mr. Riddell, I don't know specifically what your school district, but that was the amendment that I put onto this bill, was to address ISD concerns of such a nature, and I believe we have.
All right, thanks for pointing that
Thank
out.
you.
Appreciate it. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Meyer. And let me just start by saying thank you so much for the hold harmless language to make sure all our school districts are comfortable with this legislation. Representative Meyer, are you aware that I represent one of the areas with the fastest growth in property values in the state?
Yes, Representative, you and I have discussed that.
And so, Representative Meyer, knowing that, I just want to say thank you so much for offering this legislation that has exactly the kind of tax relief those fast property value growth areas are looking for. Thank you.
Representative.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. DeRazio, for what purpose?
would the representative take a question?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Meyer, in looking at this entire property tax situation that we're in order to get to the truth of any problem, you have to go back to the origin. Could you give us a historical account of where we started and how we got to where we are and how we got to the mess that we're in and how we can solve it?
Representative, you're probably going to need to be a little more specific as to your question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 4. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mrs. Weiner voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Have all voted? Show. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 4 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm proud to recognize the Democratic San Antonio Hill Country area county chairs who have joined us in the North Gallery. No matter what side of the aisle you are on, you recognize the hard work of county chairs back home, working hard every day. Some of them have come up here to Austin, and I wanted to recognize them. Joining me in the North Gallery here, we have Michelle Solis of Bexar County. We have Glenda Henry of Guadalupe County, Jennifer Dominguez of Wilson County, Juanita Martinez of Maverick County, Julie Hilberg of Atascosa County, Karen Seal of Medina County, Lynn Oliver of Bandera County, Lynette Wedig of Kerr County, Rosalinda Hernandez of Valverde County, and Victoria Locke of Comal County. Members, will you help give a warm welcome to the county chairs that came from the Hill Country to our capital? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, it's the chair's intent for the House to take a brief lunch break. Mr. Meyer moves that the House stand in recess until 1 o'clock. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The House will come to order. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2185 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2185 by Adam Hinojosa relating to bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2185 until 2 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 23. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 23 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by school district at the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled and the protection of school districts against certain losses in local revenue.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, individuals who are disabled or 65 years of age or older currently receive an additional $10,000 residential homestead exemption, along with their regular homestead exemption, giving them a total of $110,000 of an exemption. Senate Bill 23 will increase this additional exemption to $60,000. If both homestead exemption measures are approved by voters, this would give the disabled and individuals over the age of 65 or older a total of $200,000 of a homestead exemption. This bill would apply beginning the tax year 2025 and would ensure that school districts are held harmless.
Ms. Howard, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, would the gentleman yield for
Will the gentleman yield for
question?
questions? The
I will
gentleman
yield.
yields.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer. Just wanted to ask you, or maybe just say to you, thank you on behalf of myself and all the other elderly homeowners in this state that will benefit from this. Thank you for this.
You're welcome, Representative. And I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
All right, members, this amendment does what the amendment in SB 4 did. Same thing as we did in SB 4 to ensure school districts are completely held harmless. It moves the date from January 1 to September 1, 2025. I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 23 is passed to third reading. I'm sorry. Yeah, the amendment is adopted. Back it up, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Now the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 23. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales of Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 23 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and providing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 3 to 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 2. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 2 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment to increase the amount of exemption of residence homestead from ad valorem taxation by a school district.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 2 until 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 85. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 85 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislator to increase the amount of exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the market value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 85 until 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 34. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 34 by Sparks, relating to the preparation, prevention, and mitigation of wildfires.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, after more than 1 million acres burned in the Texas Panhandle, we took a lot of testimony, a lot of work went on to doing what's right for our volunteer firefighters. Senate Bill 34 combines several volunteer firefighter priorities, establishing a wildfire risk study to be conducted by the Forest Service and West Texas A&M, setting up a statewide database for firefighting equipment, creating a 10% set aside for rural volunteer firefighters. Volunteer firefighters cover 85% of this state. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 34. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 34 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 60. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 60 by Zaffarini, relating disposition by a public junior college library of certain library materials.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, SB 60 allows public junior colleges to donate library books if they are duplicates or no longer appropriate for the collection or have little to no monetary value. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 60. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 60 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 75. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 75 by Hall, relating to the resilience of the electric grid in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 75 until 2 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
I move to have all of the discussion about SB 4 reduced to writing and put into the journal, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 706 all joint authors and co-authors for HB 1337 who sign on to HB 1337 before SB 706 passes the House on third reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 706. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 706 by Schwartner, relating to recognition of a handgun license issued by another state.
Please excuse Representatives Craddock, Darby, Dean, Dyson, J. Garcia of Bear, Gates, Gerties, Guerra, Morales of Maverick, Reynolds, and Rosenthal to attend a meeting of the Committee on Energy Resources on a motion of Mr. Lambert. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 706. The clerk will read the bill. The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 706 will recognize handgun license issued by other states and Texas, allowing law-abiding U.S. citizens of other states to be able to exercise their Second Amendment right here in Texas.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will she yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
The lady yields.
So what problem is this bill solving?
So right now, travelers, they have to navigate a complex state-by-state approval process just to exercise their Second Amendment rights in other states.
So we're simply doing this for people who are traveling through the state of Texas?
Yes.
So this doesn't help Texas residents?
It does, because the more law-abiding citizens that are carrying firearms, the safer we are as a state.
But you just said this was for people who are traveling, not for Texans.
Correct. So more law-abiding citizens that are traveling through Texas who have firearms protecting themselves helps Texas.
So they're going to stop on a trip and then defend themselves with guns, killing Texas residents.
Hopefully they wouldn't have to, but you know what? This would allow them to defend themselves if they need to be.
Okay, so what are the ramifications? I believe that we have heard this bill in prior sessions, and I don't think it has passed previously, or maybe it passed the House and not the Senate. Can you tell me what are the consequences and maybe what has kept us from passing this bill in the past?
So right now, 43 other states, we recognize 43 other states licensed to carry, and 20 other states now have universal recognition. So, and right now, our governor is required to either negotiate an agreement with another state to provide this option or issue a proclamation. So now our governor does not have to have to negotiate or issue a proclamation.
So I guess I don't understand, because in Texas, you don't have to have a license to carry to openly carry a gun in the state. So why is this even necessary?
If you are visiting and you're from another state, then you are required to have a license to carry.
But don't they have to follow our laws?
No, they follow their laws, and we acknowledge their laws.
So we're changing our laws to benefit people from outside of the state of Texas.
Right. We're not changing the laws. We already do this for 20 other states. No, wait, I'm sorry.
Well,
43 other states.
If we're not changing the law, I guess we don't need to pass this bill then.
We are changing. We are changing the requirement that our governor negotiate with another state or pass a proclamation recognizing another state's license to carry. That's what we're changing.
All right. All right. Thank you, Representative.
You're welcome.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vidal, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a question or two?
Will yield for questions. The lady yields.
Thank you. Reading through the bill, it looks to me, and I'm just asking you if this is correct or not. What it really looks to me is we're extending an olive branch to other states and showing, hey, we're going to recognize your citizens' rights to come to Texas and to carry and utilize your LTC from those states. Would it be correct to say that what we're really doing is extending an olive branch to states that may be reserved from recognizing our LTC, and hopefully in good faith they will end up recognizing our LTC also when we travel to their state? Does that sound correct?
That's definitely one way to look at it. The way I look at it is I'll know that if I'm going to Texas, I can protect myself.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for
The lady
question?
yield.
Yes, ma'am.
The lady yields.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to do. However, how do you distinguish between a resident of another state who has a license to carry and comes to Texas on travel, that they're not a bad actor? You know, they could be law-abiding, but all of a sudden, something snaps and they decide to come to Texas, like from New Mexico or somewhere, and decide to go to a Walmart and shoot a bunch of people. How do you distinguish between bad actors traveling into our state?
They have a license to carry in their state, so therefore they are a law-abiding citizen.
But if we didn't let them in here, they couldn't come over here and actually, I understand you say they have the ability to protect themselves, but can't they also have the ability to become an aggressor as well?
They're a law-abiding citizen in their own state, so therefore we recognize their right to carry in our state.
Did we have a law-abiding citizen in Dallas that traveled to El Paso and shoot people at a Walmart? How was that situation? I mean, I know that was in-state, so that was intrastate travel, but on an interstate, what would you say that somebody just as evil in New Mexico would travel to Texas and, you know, be law-abiding and then take it out on our citizens because he doesn't like Hispanics or whatever, like the one in El Paso did? How would we even know that we'd be able to prevent that?
I think you're making my case for me because sometimes some people can do evil and try to hurt people, and this would allow anyone in our state who's a law-abiding citizen from another state to protect themselves while they're in our state.
No, but what if that person is the evil person and is considered a law-abiding citizen in their state, just like I'm sure the guy in Dallas was considered law-abiding in our state and traveled? What if he came from across the state and was no longer law-abiding because he chooses to shoot people he does not like?
Criminals do not obey the law. Only law-abiding citizens obey the law. So this would allow law-abiding citizens to protect themselves in our state.
So do you get a certificate, you know, or a little badge that says, I am a law-abiding citizen, and therefore I will never perform an evil act with a gun? Is that what you do? You give them a little badge of honor or something?
You cannot receive a license to carry if you're a bad, evil person and you've done harm to someone else. You only get a license to carry when you are a law-abiding citizen.
I get it, but what if once you have your license to carry, you can always change and become a non-abiding citizen.
And you can also carry a firearm to protect yourself against those people that change.
No, I'm talking about that person who once was law-abiding in one state, comes to Texas and becomes a non-law-abiding citizen and shoots people in our state. How do you prevent that?
They go to jail then.
After they've shot a bunch of people at a Walmart. That's wonderful.
So this bill right here will allow someone who obeys the law and has a license to carry to protect themselves. Okay?
But that person can travel to Texas and no longer be a law-abiding citizen and still do what I just described.
They can also hurt a visitor as well, right? A visitor from another state can hurt a visitor from this state who is not allowed to carry a firearm to protect themselves. Well, now, guess what? That visitor is allowed to protect themselves in our state.
Okay, so now we're going to have
a bad visitor.
So now we're going to have the OK Corral back in Texas, I see.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 706. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting nay. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all voted. There being 85 ayes, 50 nays, Senate Bill 706 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1814 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1814. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1814 by Hancock, relating the creation and maintenance of an electronic database to provide information to certain members of the United States Armed Forces regarding the resources and benefits provided to veterans.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1814 simply creates an electronic database to provide information to veterans about resources and benefits available to those veterans. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1814. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 132 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1814 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1220. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1220 by Hughes, relating to the subject matter jurisdiction of the criminal trial courts of this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill aims to basically cure a problem caused by the Court of Criminal Appeals opinion, and it makes clear that our courts have subject matter jurisdiction of criminal trials, is not conditioned on exhaustion of civil remedies. I'd move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1220. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 121 ayes, 10 nays, Senate Bill 1220 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 523 to designate the following members as co-sponsors: Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 523. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 523 by Zaffarini, relating the issuance of a driver's license to certain persons that include an alternative to the license holder's residence address.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 523 just provides parole and probation officers with the same level of protection already afforded to other law enforcement and judicial officials. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 523. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 132 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 523 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 565. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 565 by Perry, relating the compliance agreement for the suspension of an enforcement action against a regional water supply, sewer, wastewater treatment, or solid waste disposal service for certain violations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 565 is a cleanup of HB 3232 from last session, which gave TCEQ the option to enter into a safe harbor agreement with a large water system acquiring a small water system with compliance issues. SB 565 simply clarifies that all types of retail public utilities are eligible for the HB 3232 safe harbor agreements, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 565. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Being 134 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 565 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1253. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1253 by Perry, relating the authority of a political subdivision to provide certain credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under existing law, political subdivisions charge developers impact fees for new developments to cover costs associated with additional needs placed on political subdivisions' water and wastewater systems associated with new development. Senate Bill 1253 by Senator Perry will incentivize the use of more efficient water and wastewater infrastructure and appliances in new developments by providing for credits against those impact fees for such equipment when such equipment is installed by the developer, ultimately reducing both the cost of new housing and impact of new developments on existing water and wastewater systems. Before I continue, there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment removes the word flood control from the bill and maintains the focus on more efficient water and wastewater infrastructure and appliances in new developments. It's agreed to by the Senate. Move adoption.
Mr. Bell sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Have all voted? Being 132 ayes, 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. This bill does a good job of recognizing uniquenesses across the state. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1253. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 1253 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 840 to designate the following members. Joint sponsor, Representative Cole. Co-sponsor, Representative Tellerico, and Representative Mary Gonzalez.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none so ordered. Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Hey, Chair, I'd just like to move to have all the remarks regarding SB 4 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 840. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 840 by Hughes, relating to certain municipal regulations of certain mixed-use and multifamily residential development projects and conversion of certain commercial buildings to mixed-use and multifamily residential occupancy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 840 would allow properties in commercially zoned areas to be built or converted to residential or mixed-use development without having to go through the rezoning process, which is duplicative and expensive. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 840. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 108 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 840 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 764. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 764 by Zaffarini, relating the procedure for a hearing by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation on the denial of an electrician's license or disciplinary action against an electrician.
The chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 764 removes obsolete and inaccurate language, bringing the Occupations Code into alignment, ensuring clarity and consistency in the administration of electrician licensure hearings. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 764. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Gertie's voting aye. You've all voted. There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 764 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2383. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2383 by Betancourt, relating to the employment of certain peace officers of the Department of Public Safety.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2383 would allow DPS officers who have recently retired in good standing to be allowed to apply for rehire with the department. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2383. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dyson voting aye. Well voted. There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2383 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2155. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2155 by Perry, relating to the regulation of veterinary professionals and facilities by the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners and the temporary administration of the Board of the Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman.
Mr. Speaker and members, Senate Bill 2155 implements recommendations by the Sunset Advisory Committee for the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners into statute so they can successfully operate as their own entity. Since the last legislative session, the Veterinary Board has been administratively attached to the Department of Licensing and Regulation and have adopted many of the practices that are outlined in this bill for the administration of maintenance of the board. Enabling this legislation would allow the board to use these practices after they are administratively detached from TDLR in 2027.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm laying out an amendment to this bill which makes a common sense update to how veterinary care is delivered in Texas. Right now, veterinarians can and do use telemedicine, but only after they've seen the animal in person first. So we already know telemedicine works and it's safe. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Kane, isn't the subject of this amendment part of a House bill that was heard by the Ag and Livestock Committee earlier this year?
I mean, yes, the concept of telemedicine what was heard. That was a bill by Representative Janie Lopez. I believe bill number was 3364. And also a similar bill, the identical companion by Senator Nathan Johnson, Senate Bill 1442, has been received by the House as well. But that bill was voted out of the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock 8-0.
And would you agree that this amendment simply gives vets an option to use telemedicine when it's appropriate, or when, especially when an in-person visit is either impractical or not available?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we can look at it. I mean, there's plenty of times that it's needed. This would be really super
For example,
beneficial.
I live in a somewhat rural area, and sometimes I've had situations where I had a small pet that had an emergency overnight. We're 45 minutes away from any vet that has 24/7 kind of service. And so in that kind of case, I would be able to call a telemedicine vet and maybe get some answers of what I need rather than putting a sick or injured pet in the car for an hour.
It would let you do exactly what the law actually currently allows for an infant, a child. I mean, for a doctor to see a baby by telehealth, they don't have to have seen that child in person. But for some reason, our laws require for a dog to be seen in person before there can be a telehealth visit. So yes, this would reduce costs for pet owners. It would expand access to veterinary care in rural areas, like you're saying. It's greatly needed. In fact, I think it's important to note for the body that the Fifth Court of Appeals in 2024 held in a ruling that highlighted the hypocrisy of this, because it's allowed for humans, babies, infants, but it's not allowed for dogs. And to quote from the case, which I think is important, in Hines v. Purdue, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit ruled that the ban on this, as applied, held that the state's requirement for an in-person exam violated the veterinarian's First Amendment rights. And to quote, the court found that Texas imposed stricter telemedicine requirements for veterinarians treating animals than for physicians treating human patients. Writing for the court, Judge Don Willett observed, exam-free telehealth, turns out, is fine for your Uncle Bernard, but not for your St. Bernard.
That's right. And so the same logic applies here. Vets are professionals. They're going to use their professional judgment. If they're able to make decisions based on a visual view and telemedicine, or based on the owner's explanation of what's going on, they're going to do so. And if they're not able to do that, then they're going to say, bring them in. I'm going to need to look at the animal myself, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Look, other states are, of course, already doing this, like Florida. Gosh, tired of Florida always beating us to the punch. Idaho and Arizona. But to remind you, when the court was looking at this, because people were wondering, is this about health and safety? The court said that Texas could not provide a single case where telemedicine harmed an animal.
Well, I think this is a great amendment. It's going to help people, like people in my district that might need 24-hour vet care or may have to drive a long way. It's going to help veterinarians be able to expand their practice in a cost-effective way, and I hope that people will support this amendment.
Thank you. Members, I move adoption.
Mr. Kane sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted. There being 129 ayes, 13 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2155. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye, Mr. Kitzman voting aye, Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all voted. Being 126 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 2155 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. It's my extreme pleasure to welcome some of my constituents from the Rio Grande Valley. Quick floor recognition to Naomi Saucedo and Sofia Salazar, who are from FAR San Juan Alamo North High School sophomores, led by the drama director Jacqueline Garza. They are accomplished academic and theater students who qualified the state UIL theatrical design and UIL prose interpretation. This past month, they placed in the top 8 students for those events in Division 5A. Welcome to your Texas capital.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1535. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1535 by Zaffarini relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of an advanced nuclear energy workforce development program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as Texas' nuclear energy sector grows, employers struggle to fill positions that require specialized technical skills. SB 1535 by Senator Zaffarini creates a dedicated program at the Texas Workforce Commission to develop a skilled workforce advanced nuclear energy. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1535. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1535 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1405. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1405 by Nichols relating to increasing access to and reducing taxation of internet services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1405 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May the 21st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1423. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1423 by Hughes relating designation of a portion of the Farm to Market Road 2275 in Gregg County as the Bill Stout Parkway.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1423 renames a portion of FM 2275 in Gregg County as Bill Stout Parkway. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Question. Members, we're waiting on an amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Speaker. This is just a perfecting amendment. I move passage.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman
on the
yield for questions.
Me?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Representative
gentleman
Dean. I'm happy to waive my questions now that the amendment pulled up.
Thank you, ma'am. Move passage.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1423. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Pettis of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1423 is passed a third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1566. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1566 by Betancourt, ruling the connection of utilities by certain entities in certain subdivisions formerly located in municipalities' extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1566 ensures that landowners who lawfully remove their property from a city's ETJ under the law can access utility services without needing a city-issued plat. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1566. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 1566 is passed a third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1804. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1804 by Alvarado, ruling the restitution and compensation paid to victims of certain offenses for tattoo removal related to that offense.
The chair recognizes Dean Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is taking another bite out of human trafficking. Victims of human trafficking who are branded by their traffickers have a constant physical reminder of the trauma they endured on their bodies. This bill allows courts to order restitution to cover the cost of tattoo removal for survivors of human trafficking. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1804 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1728. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1728 by Perry, ruling the participation of certain juvenile justice entities in Jobs and Education for Texans grant program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the Jobs and Education for Texas, the JED grant program provides grants for public institutions of higher education, open enrollment charter schools, and school districts, including the Windham School District, which serves for adult prison system. SB 1728 allows the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, Juvenile Board, and Juvenile Probation Department across Texas to be eligible for JED grant. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1728. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 92 ayes, 50 nays, Senate Bill 1728 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1816. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1816 by Hancock, relating to the tilting, registration, and operation of a miniature vehicle.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1816 codifies what Texas Department of Motor Vehicles recently did in their decision for miniature vehicles. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1816. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1816 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1952. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1952 by Paxson, relating the administration and operation of the school health and related service program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures proper billing and reimbursement for schools participating in the SHARS program by moving its administration from TEA to HHSC. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1952. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 124 ayes, 19 nays, Senate Bill 1952 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1948. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1948 by Perry, relating the authority of a political subdivision to regulate fire prevention standards for certain agricultural facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1948 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May the 21st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2037. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2037 by Sparks, relating to permit application review. Relating to permit application review and contested cases procedures for environmental permits involving a project to construct or modify a liquefied natural gas export terminal authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates an expedited permit for LNG export facilities. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
It's not as fun up here.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply allows for the excess funds paid for by the LNG facilities to be used for overtime compensation for employees of TCEQ who will work on the expedited permit. It's agreed upon language between TCEQ and stakeholders.
Mr. Speaker,
Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a
Will
question?
the gentleman yield for
I'd
questions?
be happy to.
He does.
Representative Patterson, I have some questions about this amendment. Would you be willing to postpone for 15 minutes so we can chat about this?
Seriously?
Yeah.
I'll give you 15.
Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman is about to make a motion. Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2037 until 2:15 promptly today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 4:30 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock to meet while the House is in session today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Gates for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Land Resource Management a public hearing on Thursday, May 22nd at 8 a.m. in room E2026 to consider SB 2639 by Bedencourt relating to the designation of a property as a historic landmark and the inclusion of a property in a historic district or similar preservation district by certain municipalities, and SB 2215 by Campbell relating to the enforcement against violations by municipalities of certain zoning laws.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 4:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Agriculture and Livestock will meet today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Public Health will meet today upon final recess at desk 52 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Elections will meet today upon final recess at desk 40 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 2185 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2185. By Adam Hinojosa, relating to the bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we delayed for a minute, but it is simply the bill that regarding the bilingual education allotment within the Texas public school finance system, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage, the third final passage of Senate Bill 2185. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 76 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 2185 is finally passed. The chair lays out Senate Bill 75 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 75 by Hall, relating to the resilience of the electric grid in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Colonel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 75 creates the Texas Grid Security Commission under the Texas Department of Emergency Management. The commission will work with state agencies to make annual recommendations to ERCOT, PUC, and the legislature on the risk and vulnerabilities of our critical infrastructure, both natural and man-made, as well as methods for the state to best keep that infrastructure safe and secure from all risk. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just fixes some drafting errors, grid to grids, and so forth like that. I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Colonel Wilson voting aye. We've all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 75 is, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment just requires generators and transmission and distribution service providers within ERCOT to participate in a tabletop exercise with law enforcement in the PUC. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Slauson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Colonel Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. They've all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Colonel Wilson to close on the bill.
Members, let's secure our grid. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 75. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. They've all voted. Being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 75 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2068. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2068 by Betancourt, relating to the duty of an appraisal district to keep confidential certain identifying information provided by a property owner.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would formally protect children's names, ages, home address, and phone numbers from public disclosure. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2068. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Ms. Troxclair voting aye. We've all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2068 is passed to third reading. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 434, SB 746, SB 901, SB 1079, SB 1177, SB 1214, SB 1351, SB 1895, SB 1931, SB 2141, SB 3037, SB 3044, SCR 1, SCR 6, SCR 22, and SCR 37.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1455. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1455 by Hagen-Butte relating to the funding mechanism for the regulation of workers' compensation and workers' compensation insurance authorizing surcharges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1455 removes a retaliatory tax that other states charge Texas-based companies. So this will help our Texas-based companies when they do business in other states. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1455. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 122 ayes, 17 nays, Senate Bill 1455 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 213. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 213 by West relating to prohibiting insurancer from requiring the bundling of personal lines, property, or casualty insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill addresses the practice of forced bundling of home and auto insurance. SB 213 establishes that forced bundling is an unfair method of competition in the insurance business, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 213. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 141 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 213 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 243. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 243 by Flores relating to the regulation of migrant labor housing facilities, changing the amount of a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 243 until 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 627. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 627 by Zaffarini relating to licensing and regulation of dietitians.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill for the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, removes obsolete language and aligns the law with the current TDL or dietitian licensure practices. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 106 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 627 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 646. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 646 by West relating to repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As we're all aware, Texas is facing a mental health crisis.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady please yield for
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
As soon as I finish my layout, if you don't mind.
None at this time.
168 out of 254 counties do not have a licensed psychiatrist. 78 counties without chemical dependency counselors. There are more examples that we all know. Senate Bill 646 aims to address our mental health workforce shortage by bringing professionals to areas experiencing a service gap like many of our rural communities. This program was first developed in 2015 by Senator Schwartner, and I'm very excited to bring it back today. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
The
questions?
lady yield for questions.
I yield.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Can you expand a little bit more on the need for this type of legislation, why it's necessary?
Sure. There are a lot of counties that are without the type of mental health professionals that we truly need to truly serve our constituents. This bill also does expand to allow school counselors to be eligible as well. We do know, especially after Uvalde.
What type of counselors?
Our school counselors.
School counselors?
Yes. And we know especially after Uvalde, we wanted to make sure that we have school counselors available. So this does expand to make sure that we do have them for our public schools.
So the Texas Health Resources is a faith-based nonprofit health system. Have you heard of them by any chance?
No, I have not.
They registered against SB 646 in committee. Do you remember that? Do you have any idea why? Did you talk to them?
No, I did not.
So the goal of your bill is laudable. More services for needy people it's a great thing, but I worry about the unintended consequences of your bill. Does your bill do anything to protect children from the dangers of social transitioning?
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is about school counselors. There are different sets of rules that manage what school counselors are doing with our students. This is just making sure that we do have the availability of school counselors in our schools and talks about loan repayment programs.
Are you aware of the flagship associations in the mental health space subscribe to the advocate for the harmful gender-affirming treatment that school counselors are adhering to currently?
Again,
So the American Counseling Association, the Texas Counseling Association, this Texas Psychological Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the World Professional Association of Trans Health, WPATH. Ms. Davis, would it surprise you to learn that much of the continuing education these professionals are required to complete to maintain licensure to support these harmful social experimentation? Do you understand that what you're doing here is you're advancing the number of people that are advancing this?
Again, right now the law does say that we need to have school counselors available for our public schools. This just makes sure that they have a loan repayment program. There are different opportunities to address the things you were talking about. This makes sure that, again, as in statute, we do have school counselors to make sure that we do have a pipeline of school counselors. We know we do need them sincerely in our public schools, and this just makes sure that we do have them. There are other opportunities to address some of the things you've talked about, but again, this just makes sure that we have the school counselors that we need in our schools to serve
Under
our
the
students.
prior administration and through WPATH, Title IX was rewritten. Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry?
Under the prior administration, presidential administration, are you aware of the fact that the Biden administration tried to rewrite Title IX designations?
Again, this is about school counselors
I
and
know
the
that's
mental
the
health
problem, though,
repayment
is that
program.
school counselors
And
are
school
advancing
counselors
gender
is just one of the
dysphoria and
opportunities.
gender-affirming care.
It does also talk about psychiatrists and
Members,
different needs.
please don't speak over each other so that the members can hear the debate.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. So, again, getting back to this, are you aware of the fact that 80% or more of children with gender confusion desist, if not affirmed or medically transitioned? And again, what I'm asking you is, why are we advancing more counselors in our schools that are members of these associations that are encouraging kids to seek gender-affirming care?
Again, school counselors, their main objective is not about gender-affirming care. It's making sure that students have the tools they need to be successful in our public schools. So this makes sure that they have those counselors in place that can serve our schools. School counselors do a multitude of things for our students, including making sure they're taking the right courses to set themselves up for success. So again, this is making sure that, as in statute, we do have school counselors that are available to serve our students.
Did you know that only 12% to 27% of children who experience gender dysphoria carried into adulthood?
Again, that has nothing to do with this bill.
What about suicides, Ms. Davis? Are you aware that individuals who receive this kind of experience as kids have a higher suicidal rate?
Again, that has absolutely nothing to do with this bill.
Would you
Please
be open?
confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
You're right. Would you be open to accepting a friendly amendment to protect our kids from these adverse health outcomes?
Again, that is not germane to this bill.
My amendment would prohibit professionals engaged in social transitioning from being eligible for loan repayments under this program. Would you accept that as an
Unfortunately,
amendment?
that is not a part of this
Please
bill.
confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady
Thank
yields.
you. Rep. Davis, did you, prior to coming to the Texas House, you served on the school board, is that correct?
The State Board of Education, yes.
Okay. And you have intimate understanding of the issue with children benefiting from counselors being in their school?
Absolutely,
Do you not?
yes.
The way I read this, and also what I've seen in committee, there was enormous support for your bill, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did that include the Texas Counseling Association, Texas CASA, NAMI, that's a premier mental health voice for the community, Texans Care for Children, Coalition for Texas with Disabilities, United Way of Texas, American Foundation for Suicide, and Texas Association of Community Health Centers?
Yes, they were all very in support.
My understanding from the committee hearings also is that your bill specifically emphasized the need for rural counties to have the counselors that this bill incentivizes and advocates for. Is that not correct?
Yes, 168 out of 254 counties do not have a licensed psychiatrist, so we want to make sure that these are available all across Texas.
What was that number again?
168 out of 254 counties.
So more than half of our counties, school districts, don't have mental health counselors.
And this is for a licensed psychiatrist, yes.
Okay, very good. And does this bill have anything to do with gender affirming care?
Not at all.
Okay, I didn't think so, and I didn't hear any of that in the committee hearing as well. So do you feel like that argument is a valid argument to cancel mental health counselors for kids that need it to be able to succeed in their educational endeavors by tacking on an inaccurate label to these organizations that have dedicated their time and workers to helping Americans overcome mental illness?
Absolutely not. This is just making sure we have mental health professionals available all across Texas.
Thank you. We both benefited from that in our attendance at Texas Public Schools, and I hope that our children in the future get to benefit from it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Mr. Toth to speak in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise in strong opposition to 646. The bill does nothing to protect children, Texas children, in our public schools. Two counselors that offer social transitioning that is occurring right now across the state. And thanks to the work of courageous parents and fearless medical professionals across the state, the Texas children's whistleblowers, we know just how bad things are. In my district, Montgomery County, I've been approached by several parents whose children are being transitioned in public schools by counselors at this current time. One child over a 5-year period, multiple campuses, multiple teachers, multiple guidance counselors. And the parents are just now finding out about it 5 years later. We ought not use money that we have garnered through taxation. Mrs. T, I'm not lying. And I'd be more than happy to sit down and share the names of them with you. And Bel Air High
Mr.
School,
Speaker.
as an example, is another one of them. Bel Air High School,
Mr.
where the
Speaker,
governor
would
is
the gentleman yield for a
conducting
question?
it. 1 second.
Not at this time.
Bel Air High School is another example. Bel Air High School, one of the children turned in a paper, a little girl. She turned in a paper with her name on it. The teacher crossed out her name in red pen and wrote a boy's name in and said, if you're going to turn in another paper, this is the name that you'll turn it in under. The governor has opened up an investigation in this. And again, what this comes down to is why are we spending tax dollars to affirm this kind of counseling if these counselors will not make a commitment to not take part in this. In many of the associations that were mentioned from the back mic by the other member are associations that affirm this type of counseling and social transition of children.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
All right, thank you, Representative Toth. So those are some interesting stories you were telling. You realize none of that has anything to do with this bill, right?
It absolutely
None of it.
does. It absolutely does.
Ms. Toth, do you know what this bill is about?
This bill is about forgiveness of student loans.
It is student loans for mental health professionals in our public schools.
Correct.
That has nothing to do with everything you were just talking about. Do
Sure
you
it
realize
does.
that? No, it
Absolutely.
doesn't.
You're
No, it doesn't.
taking money from taxpayers and you're validating, you're affirming, you're taking money from taxpayers and you're forgiving the student loans of people that are engaged in this kind of activity, and we should make sure that we don't do that.
So let's talk about what counselors are involved in.
Sure.
With the activity they're involved in. They help students who are having mental health challenges, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
They help students who are having mental health challenges such as suicidal ideation or thoughts of self-harm.
Right.
You would agree with that, right? And you're aware that suicide is the second leading cause of death for individuals aged 10 to 24 in the state of Texas.
I
Are you aware of that,
absolutely
Mr.
would. Yes,
Toth?
sir. Yes, sir, I am.
You are? Are you
Yeah, and
concerned about that?
A big concern about that is the fact that kids are being encouraged to not talk to their parents, and that's part of the Title IX.
You think students shouldn't have the ability to talk to a professional in a school setting when suicide is the second leading cause of death for young Texans?
And they should actually be encouraged to talk to their parents as well.
Well, sure they should. There's nothing in this
but
bill
they're not
that
being encouraged
there's
to
nothing in
talk
this.
to their parents as well when they're experiencing gender dysphoria.
Mr. Toth, can you point to anything in this bill that discourages students from talking to their parents about anything? Is
We
there
should be
anything in this bill that does that?
We should be encouraging before we acquiesce and give people.
So the answer is no. There's nothing in this bill.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over
Well,
Mrs. T.
Ms. T's raising a good point.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
To Ms. T's point, you realize this is a Senate bill, so it's already passed the Texas Senate, correct?
I understand.
Okay. All right. So even though suicide is the number two cause of death for young Texans, you would oppose a measure that puts more mental health professionals in our schools to help kids who are dealing with self-harm issues and suicidal ideation. You oppose that measure.
Mr. Turner, do you believe that gender-affirming care is being pushed by school counselors?
I've read the bill, Mr. Toth. I don't see anything about gender-affirming care in this bill. I don't see anything about
Then why won't
that.
you take my amendment and we'll be good?
I see you speaking against the bill. I don't see that you have an amendment before the House.
I asked her if she'd take a friendly amendment that just says that we won't do this in our schools, then you have nothing to worry about.
Well, we don't have an amendment before us, so I'm not going to discuss a hypothetical amendment with you because that's not in line with the rules of the House. What about depression? Would you agree that young people more and more suffer from depression? We've heard a lot from other members this session about the effect of social media and other societal factors and how that is deteriorating the mental health of young people, of kids, and leading to anxiety, depression, stress.
And gender confusion.
Would you agree that's
and
a real
gender confusion too, right?
Again, you're talking about something that's not in the bill. I'm asking you, do you think depression is a real
social media is not in
concern?
the bill either, is it, Mr. Turner?
Is depression a real concern for young people?
It is a real concern. Absolutely it is.
Okay,
They need good
so-
guidance counseling for that that's free of gender-affirming care.
So by opposing
Would you
this
agree,
bill,
Mr. Turner?
So by opposing this bill, you are opposing young people, your constituents and mine, from having resources in public schools to help them navigate some of these issues that is natural in adolescence and teenage years and is more acute today because of everything going on in our society. That's what you're doing.
Kids absolutely need good counseling. You and I both agree on that, Mr. Turner. What they don't need
Then you
is-
should support this bill, Mr. Toth.
They don't. Then why won't you support my amendment, which basically says guidance counselors will not partake in gender-affirming care?
Well, I tell you, if you offer an amendment, I'll be glad to look at your amendment, but you have not filed an amendment, and you don't have an amendment on the floor right now.
I've got an amendment right here, and I asked her if she'd take a friendly amendment. If she'd like to pull the bill down so we can talk about it, I'm glad to do that.
Well, Mr. Toth, as best I can tell, this bill is simply trying to incentivize mental health professionals to take these counseling jobs in our schools where we have a severe shortage. I would add, we've had a shortage for years, And this has been one of the number one things that's been identified in all the work we've done in the Texas House on mental health care and on academic progress. This has been one of the number one things we've identified as a challenge to helping our students succeed. And I think Ms. Davis's bill goes a long way towards addressing that.
Mr. Turner,
Thank
then
you.
let's do it the right way, and let's make sure that we're not confusing children. We're encouraging children to talk with their parents and counselors that it will not confuse them.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Toth, I hear what you're saying. I just heard the exchange between you and Representative Turner. I think my concern is we are proposing to spend tax dollars on repaying student loans for those who may be socially transitioning students. Is it true that this body has not banned the social transitioning of students in Texas?
We have not done anything to protect these children. Let me just add one more thing, Representative. We passed a bill last session that bans social transitioning of children, and yet we're continuing, or I'm sorry, that bans the medical transitioning. Thank you. But because we've not done anything with social transitioning, the number of kids that are still on Lupron, number of little girls that are still on Lupron, the number of boys and girls that are on cross-sex hormones has not decreased at all.
So it's safe to say if this bill were to pass, we would not only have not banned the social transitioning of children in the state of Texas, but we would be forgiving many of those bad actors of their student loans with taxpayer dollars. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I'm concerned that once we pass this, we might not get to that. I hope that we do. I hope the body gets to a bill to ban social transitioning, but I'm concerned because we've seen your bill and my bill die that would have banned social transitioning in schools here in the Texas House. I'm concerned that we're going to do this, and I know that mention was of the Texas Senate that they passed this bill, but I want to remind the body, is it not true that they did ban social transitioning in the Texas Senate this session?
Yeah, the Texas Senate under Dan Patrick has done a great job of banning social transition, and I just applaud them for the work that they've done. It's been so courageous.
So if that's the case, should we oppose this bill because we have not banned social transitioning?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I believe every Republican should vote no.
Members, please vote no.
Motion.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to speak for the bill.
Members and colleagues, as we talk about legislation, let's not allow those who have ideologies that does not relate to what we're trying to do. What we're talking about is providing certified individuals and qualified individuals in schools to be able to help our young people. We need that more now than ever before. So for someone, a colleague, to try to make this bill something different than what it is an abomination. We talk about certified teachers. We talk about having qualified individuals. We're trying to meet a need all across the state of Texas for our young people. So to have a bill that has come across from the Senate to be able to implement a program that is vital to our young people and to our families today, we should not allow that to happen. To let members come and try to hijack a great bill and make it negative. Some people in this chamber have become so tied up in gender-affirming care, it's almost a freaking insult that we would take bills and turn them into something that they're not. We are policymakers. We're supposed to be logical individuals. And for someone to add an amendment that tries to distort what's really here is an insult to this body. And everybody in this body should understand, let's stop making things nasty and ugly when all we're attempting to do is help children and families through times of crisis, through times of need, and let's stop vilifying folks saying that they are under some other agenda. Let's trust our professionals again. Let's realize that everybody doesn't have a private agenda. Our schools don't need this label. Our schools are trying to do the right things for our young people. Support this bill. And whatever amendment to try to change the direction of that is an insult. And let's stop those games. Let's stop those trying to make headlines instead of headway. And let's do the right thing. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm going to keep this short. This bill is about the repayment of student loans with taxpayer money, something that I think most of the Republicans in this body opposed when President Biden tried to do this multiple times. It is using taxpayer money to repay the loans of certain people. And let's talk about what we are limiting this to. You want to stand with me, Ms. T? All right. We talked about the Texas Counseling Association. Texas Counseling Association is one of the organizations that helps to train these school counselors. And I had a school in my district, a very Republican rural district, where counselors were complaining that they went to training, and when they came back from the training, they told their superintendents, they're teaching us about gender-affirming care. And I went and met with that university, state university, and talked with the dean of the education department, with the school counseling department, and said, why are you teaching gender-affirming care to our students, to the students who are school counselors teaching our students? And they said, because the Texas Counseling Association, and they gave me this letter. I'm going to read a part of it. Supporting and providing access to gender-affirming care for transgender children promotes health and well-being. Skipping down. The gender-affirmative model of care includes obtaining a child's assent, not the parent, before engaging in any medications or surgical procedures. Meaning, if the child assents to medication and surgical procedures, they should be able to do so. And then it says, gender-affirming model of care is based on the latest scientific evidence which demonstrates families' acceptance of gender identity and providing gender-affirmative care are associated with improved well-being and mental health. These are the kinds of things that are being taught in classes to student counselors that we are now going to ask our taxpayers to pay their student loans. That's what this is. We're not paying the student loans of people who are accountants, people who are even teachers, people who are nurses and firemen. We are paying school counselors who have gotten this kind of treatment, and we are singling them out for student loan repayment. I oppose any student loan repayment by the taxpayers, but I certainly oppose one from an organization
Mr. Speaker?
that
Does
provides
the gentleman
gender-affirming
yield?
care and thinks that is...
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
You know, Representative Money, I was really just trying to not even ask you any questions, but I couldn't just let this go on anymore. I have really important questions. Do you recognize that there is a counselor shortage in our local schools? Yes or no?
Yes, I think there
Okay, hold
there
on,
are...
I'm not done. Yes,
Sure.
okay. Do you think the legislature should address a counselor shortage in our local public schools, yes or no?
I believe it should be addressed, yes.
Okay, so here, the representative and the senator have a solution to address the shortage of which you say exists, and instead of trying to address the problem, we are creating misleading information. And I guess my last question is don't you think that counselors already have enough on their plates than to be bought in to political agendas that are not accurate or true? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, I would
Okay,
love.
well, thank you so much for
Yes.
answering my questions. I think it's really important that we support our counselors. I think it's really important that we give accurate information on this floor and that we are problem solvers. You agree that there was a crisis? Let's solve that crisis.
I agree. I do not agree in this solution to this crisis.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for Mr. Money.
Gentlemen yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Money, they seem to believe they got you in a gotcha, right? That you recognize maybe there's a crisis, we have a shortage. Is that correct?
Sure.
Now, do you believe that the resolution of such a crisis requires us to open up the purse and give out public money, or should we reduce regulation?
Of course not. There's all kinds of regulations that could be reduced. I know some fantastic school counselors, and I think that they provide a valuable service to our students. And I think there's a lot of ways to address shortages other than opening up taxpayer money and repaying for classes that they probably should not have taken in the first place.
Yeah, that's good, Mr. Money. So we'd say, there is a problem, but the solution is a problem, and so this is not the right way. We should come back to the drawing
Correct.
board.
The best school counselors I know were excellent classroom teachers, cared about the kids, moved into counseling. They didn't have a master's degree in counseling or school counseling. That's where their heads get full of a lot of ideology that I think Ms. Gonzalez was saying we shouldn't be bringing into this conversation, which I completely agree with.
Thank you, Mr. Money. I hope the Republicans are paying attention. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Money, are you aware that during the previous administration, the Biden administration tried to enact a loan forgiveness program that was declared unconstitutional?
Yes, I think twice.
Twice. So if this body were to pass this bill without amendment, at least, it's fair to say that this body would be furthering the Biden agenda. Is that correct?
It seems like a Biden agenda program to me.
This reads exactly like a page out of the Biden administration's playbook. Question for you. As I understand the bill, this would be expanding the class of medical healthcare providers who were able to qualify for loan repayment, which means your constituents, my constituents, all of our colleagues' constituents would be paying back their loans. Is that how you understand this?
That's right. The people, the good tax-paying members of my district who are struggling to get by are going to be paying the student loan of somebody who went and got some master's degree in gender-affirming care or whatever it might be.
Would that include some of your constituents and mine who, as you say, are struggling to get by, who they themselves didn't have the opportunity to go to college?
That's correct.
So would this bill include, as it's expanding the people, the healthcare providers, mental health professionals who can qualify for taxpayer-funded reimbursements, would this include healthcare, mental health specialists who believe in social transitioning of children?
There's no question that it does.
And that would include people, healthcare professionals, who believe in teaching that boys, that they can become girls and that girls can become boys. Is that correct?
Yes, and people who believe that saying something other than that is child abuse.
So if we do not amend this bill or vote this bill down, any Republican who votes for this thing would be voting to force the tax-paying men and women of the state of Texas to subsidize healthcare professionals to teach young children that a boy can become a girl and a girl can become a boy. Am I understanding this bill correctly?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Mr. Alcoff, for what purpose?
Yes. Does the gentleman yield for a single question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
He yields for questions.
Representative Money, is it a possibility that one of the reasons we have a shortage of healthcare workers in these schools is because of the active encouragement by some of these organizations that you cited to actually socially transitioning kids? And then if that was not the case, maybe we would have more mental health workers willing to go into these schools if they didn't feel pressured into doing this socially transitioning?
Absolutely. I think that we have a situation where there are a lot of good men and women who would love to help the kids in our schools with the kinds of things that school counselors help them with. Figuring out what their class load is, extracurricular activities, talking with them about their college plans and how to navigate through the young adult years of their life. And we have this idea that in order to do that well, you have to go and be brainwashed at a university for 4 or 6 or 8 years in order to be able to do that effectively. But there's a lot of people that you and I know that do that well without this additional credentialism or education or brainwashing on what things, on these kinds of ideological issues that we're talking about. And so I don't think that it benefits the taxpayers of Texas to repay the loans of people who have made a decision to go into this profession and get those credentials.
One last question, Mr. Money. Would you be more willing to support a bill like this if this body had been able to ban social transitioning in Texas?
Absolutely. And if this was coming at a different, at a different time in the session or at a different place where we had already taken care of those important issues, then I think that a lot of those concerns would be dealt with. But still, I wouldn't want to use my taxpayers' money to fund a loan repayment program. I just think that's bad policy, regardless of the ideology. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Governor Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Extension, sir.
Members, you've heard the request. Is there objection? Chair, there is objection. Record vote. This is on the extension of time, members, the first extension of time. Ring the bell, clerk. Harrison voting aye. Wally voting aye. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 13 nays. The gentleman's time has been extended. Mr. Money? Mr. Governor Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Representative Money, in respect for our colleagues here, let's not have long answers. Let's get to the point.
Okay.
Does this bill have anything related to gender-affirming care in it?
Indirectly, yes.
Yes or no? Does it?
Indirectly, yes.
So that means a no. The other question that I have is loan forgiveness. Is loan forgiveness anything new?
No, it's been discussed and been a policy issue for quite some time.
Representative Money, are you the only one, and your constituents are the only ones that pay taxes?
Of course not.
There's other individuals who feel value, wouldn't you agree, in providing incentives for individuals to get into this much needed profession? Would you agree?
Yes, and some people can vote for that. Some people can vote against. Some people could donate their own money. They could go and say, I think that the school counseling program is really
Mr.
important.
Money, one of the things I did ask is direct answers. Let's not go off on the rabbit trail, okay? Let's talk
Yes, ma'am.
about what we specifically want to do here. So we know loan forgiveness is not anything new. We know that there's nothing about gender-affirming care that's in this bill. We give incentives to developers. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Some people do, yes.
And we give incentives to make things happen, correct? So giving incentives is nothing new, correct?
I generally vote against those kinds of things, but yes, that is done.
Would you agree that in today's time, counseling support is needed in our schools?
Quality
Yes or no, sir?
No, it depends, because I think in some cases the counseling that is offered is extremely harmful to our kids. And in some cases, it is extremely beneficial. So I'm not in a position to give you a clear, yes, I think counseling is generally good.
Representative Money, would you agree that we need to support various industries, particularly in the counseling area, to be able to get folks engaged in that profession? Would you agree with that?
Not unless we ban the kind of harmful ideology that we've been talking about.
So everybody who's in this profession now needs a ban label attached to them because they all have ill agendas?
No, I think there are many, many, many good school counselors that would not do that. But there are many school counselors that are preying on our children using taxpayer money, and I don't want to give them more of it.
Representative Money, every professional is not preying on our children.
I
Thank
didn't
you for
say
answering my
every.
question.
I said there are some.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Gentleman
a few
yield for questions?
Mr. Money, I want to ask you
Gentleman yields for questions.
a few questions. Do you know how long I've been in this building?
How long you have been in this
Yes.
building? I don't know.
Over 20 years. Do you know when this program was created?
I do not.
This program was created in 2015. Do you know who created this program?
I do not.
It was Senator Schwartner and at the time, Dr. Zerwas.
Okay.
This program was created to help families that you want to protect. That's why they have marriage counselors in here. I know you have a point that you're trying to make, but maybe you should read the bills before you go through with that.
No.
Because one,
Here, I'll
the
get that
amendment and the things you're talking about are not germane to this. And second of all, you're talking about policy that you don't understand the history of, and you're trying to make a mockery of not just this system, and I know you're better than that.
Well, I'll tell you, there's two reasons, and I'll say it again. There's two reasons I oppose this. One is I oppose loan forgiveness programs generally. I also oppose this one specifically, and if I had been here in 2015, I would have voted for it again. I would have voted against it then.
Mr. Speaker,
Chasline, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for one question?
Gentleman yield for one question.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for a question.
Representative, are you aware that college and university loan forgiveness, we have a clear stance against this in our GOP platform?
Yes, I am clear on that.
So, sorry, I said one question. Would you yield for one more?
I will yield for one more question.
So is it safe to say that we should not, as Republicans, be voting for this bill, even if we had banned social transitioning? We in our platform say that we do not want to give loan forgiveness, that should fall on the role of the university. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would not. I would be with the Republican Party of Texas and vote against this.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message for the Senate. The door.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 102, Wilson, sponsor Hancock, relating to early registration for students in military-related programs at public institutions of higher education. HB 132, Ray Lopez, sponsor Hughes, relating to the confidentiality of information used to prevent, detect, respond to, or investigate a hostile act of a foreign adversary of the United States. HB 1639, Patterson, sponsor Alvarado,
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 646 until today at 3:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2037 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2037 by Sparks, relating to permit application review and contested case procedures for environmental permits involving a project to construct or modify a liquefied gas export terminal, authorizing a fee.
Members, when this bill was postponed, the amendment by Mr. Patterson was pending. The amendment is before us now. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply states in the bill that the additional funds that LNG companies will pay will go to pay for the overtime for the TCEQ workers that have to work extra time to expedite the permit. I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends up amendment. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? (142 ayes, 0 nays). The amendment is adopted. Mr. Patterson.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Anchia voting aye. Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 16 nays. Senate Bill 2037 passes to third reading. Chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until 1 p.m. Wednesday, May 21st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out SB 3 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry, proposing relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and providing an administrative penalty.
Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 till 6 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out SJR 2 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 2 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment to increase the amount of exemption of residents' homestead from ad valorem taxation by a school district.
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Joint Resolution 2 is a constitutional amendment for Senate Bill 4 that will increase Texas school district homestead exemption to a record $140,000. This SJR will be placed on the November 4th, 2025 ballot to allow for voters to decide for themselves whether to enact this change. I move adoption.
Members, the question is on the adoption of the resolution. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members, Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 0 nays. SJR 2 is adopted. Chair lays out SJR 85 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 85 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to increase the amount of exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the market value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled.
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Joint Resolution 85 is a constitutional amendment for Senate Bill 23. It increases the homestead exemption for those over the age of 65 and those that are disabled to $200,000. This will be placed on the November 4th, 2025 ballot to allow voters to decide. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 145 ayes, 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out SB 243 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 243 by Flores, relating to the regulation of migrant labor housing facilities, changing the amount of a civil penalty.
Mr. Romero for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 243 until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is not a postponement motion. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading SB 670. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 670 by Hughes, relating to patient authorization to access certain investigational sun protection products.
Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, skin cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer in the U.S. Sunscreen is the most effective preventative measure, but the FDA has not approved a new UV blocking filter since 1996 due to their lengthy approval process. This bill will allow patients access to investigational sun protection products upon physician recommendation and written form. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 14 nays. Senate Bill 670 passes third reading. Chair lays out on third reading, the second reading, Senate Bill 896. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 896 by Blanco, relating to enrollment period for newborns under certain employer health benefit plans.
Ms. Cole.
Good afternoon, members. This bill gives parents an additional 30 days to enroll their newborns on the health insurance plan. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 896 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 917. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 917 by Zaffarini, relating to certain boiler inspection reports and the composition and governance of the Board of Boiler Rules.
Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 917 updates the governance of the Board of Boiler Rules within the Texas Department of License and Regulation. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 917 passes third reading.
Chair lays on second reading Senate Bill 1184. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1184 by Creighton, relating to the age of wine authorized to be sold by a wine collection seller.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1184 lowers the minimum age of wine authorized to be sold by wine collection from not less than 20 years before the sale date to not less than 10 years. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1184. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members, show Mr. Toth voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 15 nays, Senate Bill 1184 passes the third reading. Chair lays it on second reading, Senate Bill 971. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 971 by Sparks, relating to the definition of a rural political subdivision for purposes of the Texas Water Assistance Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 971 removes the drafting error from last session and restores the legislative intent back to what rural water means. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 971. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes, 18 nays, Senate Bill 971 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1255. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1255 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of mold assessors and remediators.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes mycotoxins from the definition of mold, exempts demolition activities after a fire or disaster from mold requirements, corrects typographical errors, and strengthens the advisory board duties. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1255. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 25 nays, Senate Bill 1255 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1261. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1261 by Perry relating the financing of water supply projects included the state water plan, authorizing the issuance of obligations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1261 provides a new financing tool to help the needs of our state develop large-scale, long-term water infrastructure projects, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Van Dever.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply says that anything that has been in the plan for the water plan for 50 years and uses eminent domain will not be eligible for financing.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hefner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dever. Mr. Van Dever, you would agree that private property rights are a foundational cornerstone of our system of government here, would you not?
Absolutely. That is the foundation of Texas, is the opportunity to own private property.
And so you would agree that it's not right for the government to come in and take potentially thousands of acres of land by force from people who have lived on property, farmed on property, grew up on property, property that's been in their family for generations, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, again, that flies in the face of what it means to be a Texan.
Right.
You know, to come have you know, the government come in and say we're taking your land. And again, I'll say that, and I recognize that eminent domain sometimes is necessary, and we realize that there is a purpose for eminent domain. But when you basically call dibs on someone's land for over 50 years, and basically they can't build a house, they can't build a barn, they can't build fences for 50 years, you know, that's unfair, and that's anti-Texan, in my opinion.
So when a plan has been in place for over 50 years and people that may live in the area affected by this, they can't plan, they can't invest, they can't build. There's things
that's right.
because of the unknown.
Absolutely. They own the property, but they can't really feel free to make improvements on the property because they know this cloud's hanging over them, that at some point the state's going to come in and say, no, we called dibs on this land back, you know, 40 years ago, and today we decide we want it, and so we're going to take it.
Right. So these people have been living there, working, farming, raising their kids for generations, could just have it snatched away.
Absolutely.
So another question is, when a project like some of these could take place, not only is a reservoir built that takes tens of thousands of acres, is there not mitigation land that could come with that as well?
Yes, the federal government now requires mitigation when you take land out of production, which this is prime hardwood timber bottomland. When you take that out of production, the federal government requires you to set aside land to replace what you're taking out of production. So it's not just a matter of taking 80,000 acres for a reservoir, it's now taking 160,000 acres because of the reservoir and because of the mitigation.
And that's land that's maybe not in the plan and is unknown where it would even be, right?
That's right. We don't know. So it could be your land. It could be my land. You know, it could be anyone in here, you know, land across Texas.
So your amendment is a huge step in protecting the private property rights of people around Texas.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
I'm proud to support your amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise a point of order under House Rule 11, Section 2. The amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's been a few minutes since this amendment was laid out, so let me just remind everyone what it does. Mr. Van Dever, who I have great respect for, and I know he's doing what his district would like to see, has proposed an amendment that would imperil the Marvin Nichols Reservoir, which is a critically important surface water resource for the state of Texas as a whole and for the North Texas region, the Dallas-Fort Worth area in particular. And I just want to take a couple of minutes, because I know other people are going to speak on this as well, just to walk through a brief history of this project. This is not a new proposal, the Marvin Nichols Reservoir. The Marvin Nichols Reservoir was first mentioned as a possible water resource in early state water planning dating back to 1968, before I was born. And following the passage of Senate Bill 1 back in 1997, before the vast majority of us were in the legislature, the Marvin Nichols Reservoir has consistently, in some form or fashion, been a part of long-term state water planning. It was in the 2001, 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021 Region C regional water plans. It was in the 2001 Region D water plan, and in the 2002, 2007, 2012, 2017, and 2022 state water plans. It's been a recommended strategy in all of those plans going back decades. And in 2007, the Texas legislature designated the Marvin Nichols Reservoir site as a site of unique value for the construction of a reservoir. And the reason for that is the abundant surface water supply, the ability to capture a lot of flood waters that otherwise would simply go out into the Gulf of Mexico. And fundamentally, this is about ensuring a stable water supply for a region, the North Texas region, which is going to be more than 10 million people by the year 2070. Today, the DFW area is more than a quarter of our state's population. And as a matter of policy, members, we have a Texas Water Development Board. I'm reading from their report here, their feasibility review that came out earlier this year on Marvin Nichols. And we have charged the Water Development Board with ensuring that our state water plan works for the long-term continued economic growth of our state and ensure we have sufficient water supply. We can't undermine them by bringing an amendment at the 11th hour.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Turner, are you aware in this last recent water/flood event in North Texas that we've released from the lakes above Fort Worth and through Fort Worth over 51 billion gallons of water?
That is my
That
understanding.
is water that we were not able to store because we were flooding those areas above the dams. Are you aware of that?
That's right. 51 billion. with the B.
51 billion gallons.
That's right.
And these lakes were lakes that were really low because of the drought.
Absolutely.
Were you aware also that I served on the board of Tarrant Regional Water District and then the Texas Water Development Board when the water plans were first put forward?
I did not know that.
I left the Texas Water Development Board when I ran for the legislature in 2001. So Marvin Nichols is a major, you're aware that Marvin Nichols in our forward planning has been always on the table as a source for water, and that we have tried to buy water from Oklahoma and been unsuccessful. You aware of that?
I'm very aware of that. And absolutely, Marvin Nichols goes back to 1968 in early state water plans. So it's been on the books for a long time.
Are you also aware that over $10 million of taxpayer dollars have already been spent on planning and engineering on Marvin Nichols?
Yes.
Mr. Turner, this amendment needs to go down, and I appreciate you speaking against it today.
Thank you, Chairman Guerin. I appreciate your long-standing commitment to long-term water planning in this state. Once again, members, we can't just undermine our long-term water planning and the work of the Water Development Board by saying we don't like one of their decisions, so we're going to bring a last-minute amendment to undo all the good work they've done. Please vote no on this amendment. And finally, an important reminder, the surface water belongs to the state of Texas, not to any one region, county, or person. It belongs to the state, to all of us.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to speak for the amendment.
Members, when James Frank and I, and Cecil Bell and I, and Trent Ashby and I came in 13 years ago, and Ken King, in the 13 years I've been here, the committee hearing where we heard this bill was the most, I don't even have the words to describe it, the most powerful committee hearing I have ever sat in. We heard from families who live in the Marvin Nichols Reservoir who said, I have to tell my grandmother that she may not be buried next to her grandfather because it might be flooded. I have to tell my children that our 100-year generation ranch may not be theirs anymore. This isn't just about water. This is about people's lives. This is about generations of families that have lived in East Texas. And you may wonder, why does a West Texas representative stand up and give this speech for an East Texas project? And not just because Representative Van Dever is an amazing representative, but mostly because there is an injustice that has been happening in East Texas for 50 years. Imagine not knowing if you can keep your home. Imagine being in limbo for your family and your industry. Imagine having a farm and not knowing if you're going to be able to keep it. This is not a heartache we should wish on anybody. Of course I love our Central Texas area or North Texas area that is planning to potentially use this reservoir in their future. But this is not an us versus them battle at all. There will still be resources for that area. The thing is that reservoirs are the most outdated way for water supply. There are better ways, and by supporting one community and saying, we're not gonna pick East Texas to lose so one other region can win, we're going to say we're going to protect all our regions and push the agency to pick a water supply that does not make people lose their homes, their graveyards, their farms and their ranches, to make the timber industry of Texas completely annihilated. Members, this is a really big deal, not only to East Texas, because what makes Texas beautiful is that we have West Texas and East Texas and North Texas and South Texas and everything in between. But right now, the plan allows for East Texas to literally be drowned and taken away. And for that reason, I stand with East Texas in this moment in time.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Of course.
The lady yields.
You know, this is a battle I really don't want to step into because we all have water needs and we're all looking at the different ways we can get it. So I understand the conflicts. But did you know that I came to the legislature at the beginning of 2006, but I believe it was in 2007 when this was an issue on the House floor at that time? Did you know that?
I actually did not know that.
And I remember being kind of having an aha moment when the East Texas representative said to the Dallas area representative, sometimes my people that live in my community that are dependent on this water, they understand that sometimes you have to turn the faucet off. And I think the idea was that they were good stewards of that water, that it was water that was important to their community, and that they were concerned about some of the uses that might go on to water green lawns and that sort of thing. Regardless, again, I don't want to step into it, but at the same time, I think what you're saying here is also an issue that needs to be thought about when we're trying to make these decisions. We all need this precious resource, do we not?
We do, and that came up in committee about also encouraging conservation efforts. And by taking away this part of the plan, we will encourage more conservation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, members, let's not let one part of Texas be destroyed.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a critical vote that we're about to take on this amendment. What was otherwise a really good bill for the future of water in this state has this amendment that could be added that will destroy lives in DFW, in Houston, and other urban areas. Members, taxpayers have spent more than $10 million on the engineering and design of this reservoir, only for a handful of members to try to take it off the map. We have professionals who work in this industry that work for the state of Texas planning for decades, 57 years, planning for this reservoir to be in East Texas. Folks, we have 1,600 people moving to Texas every single day. 1,600 people a day moving to this state. We are now becoming the 7th largest economy in the world. Our needs for water are tremendous, and we are going to spend billions of dollars on developing those resources through legislation and through the budget this session. But to take a huge opportunity off the map that has been in the plans for 57 years is not right. It's not right for members who represent constituents in Dallas County and in Tarrant County and in Collin County and in Denton County or in Harris County or in Travis County. It's not right. This has been on the books. We have spent millions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars on this project, and we need to move forward with it. We need to vote down this amendment and save this bill so that we can vote to advance this bill through the process.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would love
The gentleman
to.
yields.
Chairman Patterson, you realize, you do know that this amendment is doing in effect what the author of the amendment's bill that did not come to the floor. It does, in essence, but it's a go-around. His bill said, let's remove Marvin Nichols from the water development plan, although this was the furthest out part of our water plan in North Texas. Countless lakes, and those of us that are from the North Texas region, I'm sure you're aware, have done everything in our power to not affect these folks' land through conservation, through wetlands, through moving water from one part of our region to another, potentially up to 100 miles. And rather than wait until that bill got to the floor, this is an end-around amendment that talks about we're not going to finance any projects over 50 years. So in effect, not only are we talking about Marvin Nichols, we're talking about doing away with what it means to plan for the future of this state to grow. Do you believe that that's what we should be doing, is take away planning needs when every single one of us knows that not only do we need water, but we need affordable water?
We do. That's absolutely right. And this lake is going to be vitally important to the future of this state. I mean, at a time where we're growing like crazy, both in population and economically, we need all the water we can get. We're about to spend billions of dollars on developing new sources of water this session. This is not congruent with that task that we have before us. This is taking a tool out of the toolbox for absolutely no. Now, I will say this. I have the utmost respect for my friends over in East Texas, and I understand why they're fighting this fight. I do, and I've got the utmost respect for them. But this needs to be in the plan for all of Texas to survive.
Chairman, and just to one of the points that was brought up a second ago, are you aware of any aquifer that's ready right now for aquifer storage, where we could do aquifer storage recovery, where we could put 51 billion gallons of water in right now?
I'm not aware of one, and when you look at what our lakes have been able to accomplish through the rainfall that we've had, and to have that trickle down to these other lakes and bring them up when they were, a dozen or so feet under, and now those lakes are being able to be topped off, and this lake would be able to fit into that same program.
Well, I think that for anyone that doesn't know where we are, I'm thankful to be in Chairman Harris's Committee on Natural Resources, where we've been studying aquifer storage recovery, and we just had a bill that was voted down because folks are not comfortable with putting clean water, what's otherwise clean water, what TCEQ's already said, we'll put that because folks are afraid it's actually going to contaminate their otherwise good groundwater. So the cheapest, most affordable, that none of us want to pass this on to our ratepayers to say, well, we can do desal and others. We're going to do that after we can't continue to catch water. And I am thankful for your leadership on this, and I'll be voting no on this amendment.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just say, again, $10 million of hard-earned taxpayer money has been spent on this project already. I've heard people say, well, they can just put it somewhere else. Well, we did. We put it somewhere else 57 years ago, right here where this amendment would strip it out. And I encourage you and beg you all to vote no on this amendment.
Please excuse Mr. Lowe because of important business on a motion of Mr. Alcott. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about protecting the private property rights of hardworking East Texas families. If this project was so important, if it was such a good idea, why hasn't it been built in 57 years? It's a $5 billion project. It's going to take 70,000 acres, family land that's been in these families for decades, for generations. It's going to take that land out of production. They're going to have to move their families. Not only does it flood over 70,000 acres of good family land, there's anywhere from another 70,000 acres to 210,000 additional acres for the mitigation that will be dedicated for this project. We don't know where that's going to be. We don't know who that's going to affect. Taking land from hard-working Texas families by the government is never right. Never. We may be outnumbered in East Texas. There may be more in the urban areas and the rural areas, but we're right on this. And by God, we're not going to give up our land so people can keep their swimming pools full in the cities. So please join me in voting for this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Pearson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think you can tell that the opposition to this amendment is very bipartisan. And I'm not going to repeat what some of my colleagues have said, and I respect the author and the purpose of why he brought the amendment, but I will say that this body continues to push growth in our communities. It continues to restrict municipalities from controlling that growth. And I come from a district that is growing very, very quickly, and we ran out of water in North Texas. That's what this is about. And this has been a planned project for a very long time. Everyone knows you can't build these things overnight or in 5 years or 10 years and even 20 years. This is not an unknown thing. If you live in North Texas, you cannot support this amendment. I was actually going to vote for the bill. But this is a serious problem in our state. You have to respect all members in our state. And we just passed, or you just passed, dozens of MUDs in our state. And guess what? You're going to need water. So I really hope you've double-checked that those homes that you're about to build in your districts are going to have access to water, because if this is the precedent that we're going to set, that 57 years later we're going to decide to cut water off to those districts, you're going to be responsible for that. I'm not going to go home and tell my district, by the way, 57 years later we're cutting off water to my district, and we have thousands of homes that are in the process of being built. So I encourage you all to vote no on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Luther to speak for the amendment.
Hello, members. I humbly stand next to my colleagues Cole Hefner and Mr. Van Dever. I live in North Texas, and I'm absolutely voting for this amendment. Do you want to know why? Because my district also includes Franklin County, where this reservoir is, and all these people have ever asked for was to please keep them out of our reservoir. They're humble, quiet people here. They don't ask much. Just protect our reservoir. And it should not be taken, not just to fill swimming pools, but to water the lawns of other people. That's not their responsibility. And we must protect their land and their livelihood there. And so I ask you to please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know I'm not here very often offering amendments to bills. And I had asked Mr. Gerdes if it was okay to offer this amendment and let him know that I was about to do it. That's the way I like to operate. I want to ask you, what if this was in your district? What if this was your family? What if this was land that your grandfather homesteaded or your great-grandfather homesteaded? We all recognize that we have serious water issues in Texas, and especially in North Texas. And as I said in the committee, and as I have told my colleagues and will continue to say, I am committed to helping us solve those issues, helping us find a way to provide water where it's needed in North Texas. But I ask you to join me in doing that in a way that we can also protect the families in Northeast Texas. It doesn't have to be an either-or. We can do both. We're Texas. We solve big problems, and we have big solutions, and we can fix this issue.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you bringing this amendment forward. Just for clarity, did we hear that there are lakes that were empty already?
Yes.
So if we were to create another lake, does it create an assurance of water?
No. A reservoir is really outdated technology, and they, when they stick the big straw in and suck the water out, many times, they leave the lake really unusable. There are people who say, well, Northeast Texas is going to get a great lake to use. Well, the Cooper Lake, which is just upstream from where this is proposed, it's 100 feet from the boat ramp to the water line. You can't get a boat in because of the amount of water being pulled out. And yet you can drive around the Dallas area and you cross lakes that are full because people have sailboats and ski boats and fishing boats, and they're using those lakes for recreation.
And so the consequence of those practices is that there's not a distribution of water across the state. There's a holding of that water at a point and what you just described, as I understood it, was recreational purposes.
That's right. Yeah. We are blessed in East Texas. We do have water. Other areas are blessed with oil. Some are blessed with wind energy. Some are blessed with natural gas. Water is our blessing, and we need to protect it. But more than that, our land is our blessing. Our homesteads are our blessing, and our families are the blessing. And that's what I'm trying to protect here today.
Private property rights of Texans across this state is what you're trying to protect?
Absolutely. It comes down to private property rights. And we have always stood for the property owner here in this building. And I want to continue to do that, and I'm asking everyone to join me in that.
Well, I believe it's the strongest commitment we can make, and I appreciate your amendment, and I'll be voting for your amendment.
Thank you. Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Van Dever, are you aware that almost 20 years ago, we did research back when Senator Troy Frazier was chair of state affairs, and they found that when you have an above-ground reservoir, over 50% of it evaporates before you can ever even use it.
That's exactly right. That's what the science shows. That's why I say reservoirs are so outdated technology because of the evaporation.
And yet, we come here, and many of us brag constantly that we're for private property rights, and that's a Texas foundation. And we're going to allow people to take 77,000 acres of private Texas land so that other people can continue to have water.
That's right. And the 77,000 acres does not include the mitigation. So you can at least double that when you consider the amount of land that's going to be taken with this project.
I think it's been many years ago that we've realized that the Marvin Nichols Reservoir is not the way to provide water. We have other ways to do it. We have better ways to do it. And we have ways that are going to be more useful in the future than the outdated technology. I appreciate your amendment, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Members, I want to close with, I said I used this story in committee. I want to close with this. I have an older brother, and when we were kids, he had a candy bar, and I didn't. And I knew my mother, he knew my mother, would require him to share that candy bar with me. So when he got the candy bar, he unwrapped the candy bar completely and licked the entire candy bar because he wanted to reserve it for himself, whether he did not know whether he'd be able to eat the entire candy bar. He didn't know whether the candy bar was good, but he just wanted to keep me from having it. Members, I just feel like the North Texas group, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, has licked the candy bar. I'm asking you to stay with me, vote for this amendment, and set my people free. Thank you.
Mr. Van Dever sends up an amendment. The question occurs on the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting nay. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting nay. Show Mr. Colonel Wilson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 45 ayes, 91 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on Senate Bill 1261? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to close on the bill.
All right, now that we got through that, I move passage on this great water infrastructure financing bill.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1261. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 14 nays, Senate Bill 1261 is passed to third reading.
Just Speaker Freeland for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will you entertain the motion to reduce the writing any mentions of licking candy bars placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, please excuse Representatives Anchia, Darby, Wyvon Davis of Dallas, Guerin, Guillen, Hernandez, Hull, Hull, King, McQueenie, Metcalf, Phelan, Raymond, Smithy, Thompson, Turner. Anybody else? To attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Lambert. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 646 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 646 by West relating to repayment of certain mental health professional educational loans.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 646 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon final recess at desk 41 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1283. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1283 by Parker relating to resident safety from criminal activity in senior retirement communities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please extend me your courtesy of giving me your time, attention, and compassion on this bill and the families that are here with us today in the gallery. In the 2010s, through lax security and exploitation of weak protocols in North Texas senior living communities, over 24 senior citizens were stalked, robbed, and murdered by serial killer Billy Tremirmir. He infiltrated these facilities to prey on his victims. Doris Gleason, the mother of Shannon Dion, a constituent of House District 115, was one of those victims. She deserved better, and her death, along with all of the victims, was avoidable. His criminal history should have precluded him from employment at these facilities. These lack of background checks and security procedures contributed to his ability to access and murder these women. Senate Bill 1283 enhances the safety and security of our residents of senior retirement communities and would ensure that such an atrocity can never happen again. The bill establishes clear guidelines for prevention and response to criminal activities by mandatory criminal background checks for employees, disclosure of whether third-party service providers conduct background checks, establishment of a resident safety and communications policy regarding criminal activity. The policy must detail reports made to law enforcement from or within the community, reports of criminal trespass, and a prohibition on restriction of residents from speaking with law enforcement, social workers, family members, or others about safety concerns without fear of retaliation from the retirement community, as well as they cannot obstruct law enforcement from conducting voluntary interviews with residents. SB 1283 empowers seniors, provides and promotes greater accountability for retirement community operators and administrators, and will ultimately protect the safety and welfare of Texans living in senior retirement communities. This bill passed the Senate unanimously, and before I move passage, I wanted to recognize Shannon and the group that arose from this tragedy. Secure Our Seniors' Safety, which comprises of family members of the victims from these murders. They're in the gallery with us today. Please stand up. We've got Cheryl Pangburn, her mother was Marilyn Bixler. Lauren Smith, her mother was Phyllis Payne. And Shannon Dion, whose mother was Doris Gleason, all taken from us. It has been a great honor. It's been a great honor and a pleasure to work with you all and to have your trust on this bill. Finally, I wanted to thank my joint authors for their support of this bill, Vice Chair Noble, Representative Morales-Shaw, and Representative Little, and especially Chairman Patterson for allowing me to build on the progress that he made on getting it this far this session, and of course, Senator Parker for making it one of his priority bills and helping us get it across the finish line with his office. For our seniors, members, join us and let's save our seniors. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1283. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Oh, show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Here we go. There being 128 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1283 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1358. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1358 by Parker relating to prohibited local regulations regarding certain late night and overnight deliveries to food service establishments.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, move to postpone Senate Bill 1358 until December the 28th. Okay, let me tell you about the bill then. No. Thank you.
Okay, so that's your motion. All right. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair has done. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 991. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 991 by Betancourt relating to the inclusion of chronically absent and truant students at risk of dropping out of school and the collection and reporting of data regarding those students.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I've been proud to work with Senator Betancourt on truancy and chronic absenteeism. This is his bill that passed the Senate unanimously, and all it does is continue the work that we talked about, chronically absentee and truant students as at risk, and collect some data for PEMS reporting, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 991. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 991 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1733. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1733 by Colcorth relating to the composition of the board of the Calhoun Port Authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1733 adds one at-large seat to the board for the Port of Calhoun. This will increase the board composition from 6 to 7, relieving the issue of having a tie. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1733. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell.
You're going to vote green?
Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1733 passes to third reading. Mr. Capriglione is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 21 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Tom Oliverson, Oscar Longoria, Cody Vasu, Charles Cunningham, and as co-sponsors, Will Metcalf, Angela Orr, Jared Patterson, Dave Phelan, Richard Raymond, Carissa Richardson, Denise Villalobos, Steve Toth, Salman Bojani, Dennis Paul, Brad Buckley, Ben Baumgartner, Mano de Ayala, Cody Harris, Richard Hayes, Lacey Hull, Kerry Isaacs, Stan Kitzman, Mark LaHood, Terry Leo Wilson, John Lujan, and John McQueenie.
Anybody else wants on there? Now's your chance. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair has done. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 21. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 21 by Shortner relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve for the purpose of investing in cryptocurrency and the investment authority of the Comptroller of Public Accounts over the reserve and certain other state funds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 21 is a forward-thinking measure that launches the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, which is a financial tool aimed at strengthening the state's fiscal resilience. This bill embraces digital innovation by allowing Texas to prudently invest in Bitcoin and other established cryptocurrencies, giving us another option in our investment strategy. SB 21 expands the comptroller's tools for managing these assets, authorizing derivatives. It allows the comptroller to work with Coinbase and other similar providers to administer and execute the program efficiently. To preserve flexibility, the bill allows for temporary liquidation of reserve assets when needed and ensures the state has liquidity when needed. And finally, to uphold transparency and accountability, the bill requires biennial public report outlining reserve holdings, estimated value, and any material changes. A Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve Advisory Committee is made up of cryptocurrency investment professionals. This group will provide strategic guidance on asset valuation and investment policy that the reserve operate at the highest standards. Senate Bill 21 is about recognizing digital assets, not as a trend, but as a strategic opportunity. With strong oversight, clear boundaries, and smart financial planning, Texas can take a leadership role in the evolving digital economy.
For the following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Linda Garcia.
Chair recognizes Ms. Linda Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, originally I was against this bill because of the short-term volatility that we can see in cryptocurrency. And then after further consideration, and then of course working with the chairman, we looked into extending the time frame where a coin is being considered. Currently, the coin is considered $500 billion market cap. We extended that market cap from 12 months to 24 months. This will actually minimize volatility. It will ensure that cryptocurrencies in the reserve are better established and have demonstrated sustained adoption and stability in the market. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Garcia sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Nope. Backup members. A record vote was requested on that amendment, apparently. So ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye, Mr. Oliverson voting aye, Mr. Toth voting aye, while also pushing his button voting aye, Ms. Garcia voting aye, Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 6 nays, the amendment is adopted officially this time. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill embraces digital innovation, and by allowing Texas to prudently invest in Bitcoin, it will give us another option in our investment strategy toolkit. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 21. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye, Mr. Oliverson voting aye, Ms. Garcia voting aye, Ms. Bowers voting aye. That was L. Garcia, by the way. Mr. Toth voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 21 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 231. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 231 by King, relating to temporary emergency energy facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates regulatory clarity, specific guidelines, and strong accountability around mobile generation procurement by transmission distribution utilities for emergency situations to ensure units are mobile, deployable within 12 hours, and generating power within 3 hours. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 231. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 231 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 739. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 739 by Colcourse, relating definition of authorized peace officers for purpose of certain laws, governing the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 739 clarifies that an investigation authorized by TDI can directly investigate fraud and arson instead of going through another agency. Members, there are 27 peace officers within the TDI that already are investigating fraud and arson. This allows them to go directly to the prosecution to request any warrants, as opposed to having to waste another law enforcement agency's time in order to do it. This is government efficiency at its best, and I would move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak in favor of Senate Bill 739.
Thank you, members. Mr. Bojani asked me to come up here and speak for the bill, and also to admit my mistake. I voted against, so there's some confusion. I voted against this bill in committee. It was a mistake. I actually did not mean to vote against it. This is actually a very reasonable bill, giving the law enforcement officers that work for TDI basically the same abilities as every other law enforcement officer in the state. I think that's very reasonable for them to do their jobs. I hope you vote yes on the bill.
Anyone else wishing to speak on for or against? Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 739. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bojani voting aye. Mr. Vo voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 739 passes to third reading. Please excuse Mr. Harris because of important business on motion of Mr. Kitzman. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1252. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1252 by Shortner, relating to the authority of a municipality to regulate the installation or inspection of a residential energy backup system.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1252 prevents cities from adopting or enforcing local rules that regulate installation or inspection of residential energy backup systems. SB 1252 keeps the process simple by following the National Electric Code. Move passage.
Members, he moved passage. Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1252. Is this a record vote? Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 1252 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1371. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1371 by Hinojosa, relating to the operation of certain metropolitan transit authorities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a local bill affecting the Corpus Christi RTA that expands emergency fuel access, simplifies fares and tolls adjustment, and fixes board term limits. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1371. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 1371 passes to third reading. Members, we're going to move on to the items eligible for consideration. If you have an item that is eligible for consideration, please come down front. Chair recognizes Representative Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 2308.
Okay. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair has none. The motion is adopted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
SB 2308, Harris, Chair, Gomez, Phelan, Tinderholt, Van Dever.
If Mr. Harris will please bring the script back. Oh, thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2970 with Senate amendments and recognize, no. Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2970 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 2970 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, what the amendment done, what they added here was to make sure that the governor appoints a chair of this district for the Gulf Coast Protection District, and I move to accept the Senate amendments.
Mr. Paul moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2970. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Well, it's a little late now.
Have all members voted? Mr. Paul voted aye. Ms. Weiner voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 8 nays, House Bill 2970 with Senate amendments. The House concurs with Senate amendments to House Bill 2970. Okay.
I don't think it's wrong. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would it be possible for you to check the back mic before voting?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Got it.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, where can we access the Senate amendments to these bills as they're coming up?
The same place you access the bills that are on the calendar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 109 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 109 with Senate amendments and recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the intent of House Bill 109 is to increase the availability of mental health facilities and services for youth in foster care by granting Health and Human Service Commission the authority to designate and operate residential treatment facilities. The Senate added a HHSC requested cleanup amendment authorizing already appropriated funding for the operation of inpatient health facilities, and these facilities were approved in the 8/8 legislature and are currently under construction, so I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Ms. Rose moves the House concur in Senate amendments. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Toth voting aye. 126 ayes and 1 nay. The House concurs. Please excuse Ms. Schaffner to attend a meeting on the Committee of Higher Education on motion of Mr. Verdell. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 4, SB 23, SJR 2, and SJR 85 to designate the members included on the signature list submitted by the committee chair to the chief clerk as co-sponsors.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The following bills on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 635 by Paxton relating the enforceability of certain non-disclosure confidentiality provisions with respect to an act of sexual abuse referred to the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HCR 152 by Craddock, HR 1239 by Bryant, HR 1240 by Bryant, HR 1241 by Munoz, HR 1242 by Dutton, HR 1243 by Dutton, HR 1244 by Harris Davila, HR 1245 by Harris Davila, HR 1246 by Lozano, HR 1247 by Hinojosa. The following resolutions by Martinez Fisher being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1248, HR 1249, and HR 1275. HR 1250 by Meyer, HR 1251 by Slauson, HR 1252 by Flores, HR 1253 by Bella Montgomery, HR 1254 by Guerra, HR 1255 by Tepper, HR 1256 by Garcia Hernandez, HR 1257 by Martinez, HR 1258 by Martinez, HR 1259 by Bella Kaufman. The following resolutions by Perez of El Paso being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1260 through HR 1262, HR 1264, HR 1263 by Meyer, HR 1265 by Toth. The following resolutions by Leach are being referred to the Committee of Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1266 through HR 1274. The following resolutions by White Davis Adals are being referred to the Committee of Local Consent Calendars: HR 1276 through HR 1279.
Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 144.
Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in Room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Vasut moves that the House recess until 10 a.m. Wednesday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands recessed.